Oh, wow. So on the ball. Such a good mod.
Last week I was so MIA. Holy. I was like deep in Final Fantasy, so I was like barely watching.
Oh, last week?
Yeah.
Oh, were you like no lifing the MSQ?
No, you know what? I was like talking to Kai.
Oh.
So I was like super distracted. So this week I might be playing while we're doing it, but I will be paying attention better.
Okay.
I'm actually interact.
Okay, so let's see how we're doing now in terms of sound. Did we lose everyone? That's the question. Okay. All right. How does the sound like now? Yeah. Good, good.
I don't know if she'll wear it though, but I just really want the pup. Well, wait till you see, unless it's like I could. I'm way too excited at that. But I think I saw it on your when I did the benchmark. Oh, did I show you the benchmark? I think she looks kind of the same on the photos. Yeah, but her skin looks smoother. Yeah, definitely. I love her coloring. Yeah, she looks great. I chose a stripe armor because I really like the stripe armor. Oh, you should Tolkien's one just to see Eden's one. Oh, I checked a Wildin. I didn't like them all as much as I like stripe. It looked better than that in there, but it was like a darker. That was like actually like a that is not the exact color that it was, but interesting. It had like a. It's what my cowboy was wearing. Oh, I didn't probably send you all my cowboy presents. No. Like he had like the cleavage that went down. It just looks so good. Go back to your stream. Okay. Okay, I'm coming. I'm coming. Hello, everybody. Hopefully, this music is not too loud. Just sitting and you can't hear anything? No. How about now? Can you hear it now? Okay. Hmm. So I'm going to go like this. What about now? Okay, it will take a few seconds. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Thank you, everyone, for being so patient.
I'm listening to something called Pure Atmospheric Cyberpunk Ambient Deeply Relaxing Blade Runner Music Vibes. Just chillaxing while we wait for... Yeah, it's very ambient, Yalla. Oh Lord, what was that? It wasn't Evie. I feel like something fell. I'm sipping a very large cup of coffee, which is only average for my sister, but it's very large for me. Hopefully I don't sound like I'm in a bunker anymore, because my sister loaned me her Yeti. So I think I'm sounding better, perhaps. I can't hear myself talking, which is great. Last time I could hear myself talking, I had feedback from somewhere. I'm not sure where. But it's all fixed now. I returned to my sister's home. Oh, is it still picking up? Okay, I actually did some research, so I'm going to go in here. I'm going to go like this. There's a way to do it. Can anyone hear like excessive sounds now? I'm trying to mess with the microphone levels. Am I still haunted? I know it's going to sound a bit more echoey than usual because I'm not in my bedroom, which is smaller and is basically like the sound echo is reduced by my clothing and my bed and my books. So I'll probably still sound a little echoey just because my sister's place is still okay. Good. All right, so that probably helped a little bit. We'll leave it at that. Yeah. Okay. Yay, we're back in business, everyone. Yes, so if my sister makes too much noise, I will go duct tape her in her room. If chat votes yes. Nah, it's okay. We all love party, right? Right, everyone?
Yeah, because I'm quiet.
Uh-huh. Yeah, okay, so the poltergeist, Shay, is my sister. And Party the poltergeist. You might as well call yourself... Who was the poltergeist in Hogwarts Legacy? Peeves. Party Peeves. Party Peeves, the poltergeist. That's what we should call Party Sober. Do it, says Ben.
Hey.
Available for parties Mondays, Wednesday, 5 to 6 p.m. Okay, so how is everybody doing? How is everyone doing? Peeves. Yeah. So there's a bit of a lag, and I'm not sure how and why that's happening. Is it my Steam Deck? Is it my computer? Is it my terrible internet? My sister's internet is better than my internet, so I don't know. OBS told me the internet was good, but how is everyone doing tonight? We have 5 people in here. Ben is doing well. He's doing good, to be precise. How's everyone else? Party is doing great. Any reasons why, Party? Yala is doing fine. Oh yeah, that's very nice. Party is being very, very kind. How long do I predict the stream will go for? Oh. I'm going to be frank, JK, so far, most of my streams have gone for 4 hours, right? 4 hours?
Yeah.
Sometimes it might go a bit longer. I play by ear and depending on whether my voice will give out. Because if you recall, last week I had to end it because I was dying. Catnapping, waiting for the Pamprin to kick in. Pamprin? A what? Oh. Okay. Three to 4 hours, I think, usually. Oh, Ben has been keeping an eye on my stats. Yeah. Well, you know, Shay, we're all in this together when it comes to that. Ben's on the ball. Yeah. Yeah. More recently, I felt very, very blessed that I didn't have to take anything. He's got the stats. Yeah. Well, I try to go for like 2 hours, and then usually I've gone 4, and then from then on it's unknown. You are being timed. No. Yeah. So we got some people who are waiting for the Pamprin. Oh my gosh, to kick in. So we got some slightly ill people, some very good people. I'm glad to hear everyone's doing well. I'm doing okay. I had a fantastic week with my friend and her family. And I'm going to have a fantastic week with my sister. And then I'm going to return home and not emerge from my bedroom for 2 weeks. I'm joking. Already, some of my friends are like, can we hang out? So... And then there's all of you lovely people, all of you lovely folks who are coming in. So today, what are we doing? Good question. What are we doing? I gotta actually make sure that my display capture is displaying correctly, because, yeah. Is everyone kind of seeing the changes in display? Yeah. Yes, the words are blurry, so we can zoom in to a disgusting amount. Oh, Midel. Oh, okay, Shay. Okay, so here's my thing. I've actually only taken Midel one time in my life. So it was just a very bad time, you know, as you sometimes do get it. And I was looking so pale. My coworkers were like, take Midol, you'll be fine. And I never really medicate for that kind of stuff. So it was a first for me. But yes. Yeah, yes, all fine. Yep. That was the animal. Bets on edibles. Ben. Hey, it's okay, Ben. We'll get you through. Look at this. It says here, who can design a new leaf, right? There we go. Yeah. So we got, of course, we have our we have our essay up. So there's that we can do. I also have this we can talk about. So this is my first impressions of BFA. And the reason why I thought would be fun to talk about that would be because oh, is that how they snuck it in, Ben? It wasn't, yeah, a literal edible. I had a brother who had a brownie that had too much stuff in it, and he ended up like hyper focused at work. It was we were all working at the same job together, and we ended up just putting him on coffee bean grinding because he was absolutely unable to cope with anything else. Do you know who it was?
No.
It was the brother that begins with a D.
Well, yeah, kind of. So
but he was so like he got tunnel vision on.
grind his beans.
So we were like, just go sit in the corner and grind coffee beans for like 5 hours straight. It was mandatory. Ben had to have some. Yeah, so Ben, what was really hilarious was my family and I. So like maybe most of chat knows, I come from a very large family. So the eldest 4 were hired at the same coffee shop. And there might have been 5 of us working, actually, now that I come to think of it. At one point, I think there was 5, but there was definitely 4 at one time. So you can imagine what it's like to work with your siblings. And some of my siblings were like experimenting and doing different things. And basically, my one brother was very responsible and he was well liked by everyone. And then my sister was a take charge kind of person who was really good at her job. And she actually ended up becoming a secretary at that hospital. So this coffee shop was inside of a hospital. I was just kind of coasting through while I was doing school and other things. And the 4th sibling was my second youngest brother, and he was a bit of a wild one, and he had a friend who worked in janitorial, and oh, thanks for coming back. Good music. We're talking about my family's hijinks because all 4 of the eldest siblings in my family all were working at a coffee shop. And basically, the number 4, that would be the second youngest boy, he he had a friend who was a janitor who would have all kinds of types of a hospital barista who got high from stuff that was given to him by the hospital janitor. Now, you have to understand this hospital now still has a coffee shop in there, and one of my other brothers who worked in that coffee shop had coworkers who were on crack, and there was a crack cocaine dealer at that hospital who was the baker. So this hospital is like, it's a Wildin one. I don't know if Party ever worked at that hospital. Party, did you work at the hospital? Let's find out. Okay. All right. So Party never got into that hospital coffee shop gig, but she went into another coffee shop gig that all of our siblings also worked at. So basically, if you were part of our family, you could get grandfathered into certain coffee shop jobs. And this particular hospital had coffee shops, and one coffee shop had 4 or 5 of us siblings, and one of our siblings got so high he couldn't do his work, and he would Yeah, and sometimes they would try to raise money or stuff for tips, and they would like do like fake strip teases with the boys. Like the boys would like pretend to take off their outer shirts and stuff. It wasn't like actually raunchy. So it was just Wildin. It was like a Wildin coffee shop time. Hello, Wooly. We're talking about hijinks at hospital coffee shops. Now, I'm going to be frank with everyone. At that stage in time, I was a severe misanthropic person. I hated people. I hated humanity more than usual. And our new boss had this rule that you had to charge people 25 cents for a paper cup. So if you wanted to get boiling water, you could get boiling water, but you had to pay 25 cents for the cup. And this was because the Mennonites in the area had a bad habit of going crazy with free hot water. And our boss was also a cheapskate. So it was just bad all around. You know what I mean? So then there was this new rule, and I didn't like it. Let's all be clear here. I'm all for giving people free cups of hot water. Like, I don't care. But this was the rule, and I was like, okay, I got to do what my boss says. So this lady comes up to me, and she's like, I would like a cup of hot water. And I said, okay, that will be 25 cents. And she was like, 25 cents for a cup. She starts arguing with me about it. And I'm like, ma'am, I'm sorry. This is a new rule. It's 25 cents for a cup. She's like, I'm having a bad day. And I'm just staring at her. And she's like, I can't believe 25 cents for a cup. And she's turns away as if she wants to stomp off. And then she turns around and leans over the counter and whispers at me. And she's like, people with no personality shouldn't work for the public. It's devastating for them. And then she walked away. Ew. And all of my coworkers were obviously listening in. And from that day onward, they'd be like, ho, 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 no personality. Ho, ho, ho. Now, I just want to say that I think that lady was nuts. But I think what she meant to say is someone with no empathy shouldn't work for the public, which is, I lack emotional empathy. That's where yeah, exactly, Wooly. Yeah. Oh, really, Ben? Oh, yeah, that's so nice. That sounds really nice. You don't have to deal with customers. Yeah. Yeah, Wooly, look, I don't mind giving out free stuff, but like you said, some people just take it like for granted and it just goes crazy. And I felt like I was worried about losing my job, so I was trying to. Yes, and you know, Yala, this lady, she probably had someone who was severely ill, and she was probably not in a good mental space. So like cognitively, I could see that she was coming from a tough spot. I just got a bit hardline about it. Ben, are you a baker? Yes, Wooly. And I will admit I lack empathy. So if someone's going through a hard time, I can cognitively, like intellectually understand what is happening, but I won't emotionally feel it. And so I think the way that I talked was just so deadpan and cool that she felt like I didn't care about the situation, which I kind of didn't. And like you said, I'm also an introvert, so I can't get in too much involved. It's too straining for me. Ben is a baker. Ben, are you a cocaine dealing bank? Should we be saying cocaine on stream? It's being said now. Oh, that's why he had to try the fudge. Okay. All right. now Ben's story is starting to make sense. Okay. Ben looked upon the wine while it was red. So the story about the crack dealer is that the hospital's second coffee shop had a crack dealer who was the baker. And he dealt crack out of the coffee shop. Now, under ordinary circumstances, this would not be good. But it got even worse because some of the girls who were working there were buying the crack, and then they would skeeve off of work. And my brother was working in that situation, and things just went sideways for my brother, and he ended up in a really tough spot. I don't really want to go into it without his permission to talk about it. But all I will say is that the crack dealer was one day escorted out by some law enforcement officers. And when everyone was like, oh, like, I can't believe it, my brother's response to everybody complaining about the crack dealing baker was, well, at least he showed up for work on time. Because the girls that were on crack were not showing up for work, or they were leaving they were out of their mind, right? So they would be leaving their shift and stuff. And in my brother's mind, he preferred the dealer because the dealer was just very regular at his job. I'd have a lot more money if I call it written. Same difference. Okay, so Ben has sold weed. Okay, so Ben is not quite, he's not gone down. He's not gone down like the, what's that Lonely Island song? This is the tale. And then it was something Montoya. Toya, something, Remember, it was about the crack. This whole town's a blanking, just waiting to get blanked. Yeah. Poor Meltastor brought frosting over chocolate chips and tossed in a handful of add-ins. Cool in a lined dish. Fudge done. Shay sounds like a baking pro, very similar to my sister, I think. Ben is the baked baker. Yeah, well, look, this hospital is hopping, and I still live by that hospital, and it's a hopping place. Let's just say that. Yes, the one with Michael Bolton. There's some pretty.
It's the Jack Sparrow song.
Yeah, it's the Jack Sparrow one, and there's the part from like the
Tony Montana.
Yeah, Tony Montana from that famous. The name of the film should be springing to mind. Because it was about that guy with the white crack, and like it's the famous picture with the. Anyway.
My brain's saying Godfather, but I don't think it is.
No, it's not the Godfather. Godfather is classier. Godfather has violins. Hey, you know what? John Williams did a good job with that one. Yeah.
Scarface. Isn't it Scarface?
Oh, meds plus teenagers and Ritalin. Oh my gosh, that would be a cocktail. Yeah, that's a cocktail. No, I'm sure it's not The Godfather. I think it's
Scarface.
Scarface. Okay, Party has done the research for us. Everyone,
No,
it's Scarface. Oh, she just remembered.
Exactly. I'm that good.
She's that good, apparently. So. Okay, so everyone, we have talked about baked bakers, crack dealing bakers, hospitals and coffee shops. Yeah, always. Yeah, so today I have a couple things. So we could go back to our standby, our last final section of essay. We could do that. I also have brought in So I don't know if anyone watched on YouTube, but there was this guy called 9 Days, or whatever, and he recently tried out WoW Classic and WoW BFA, and apparently he had a bit of an experience, shall we say. And I thought it would be kind of cool to like look at some of his responses, and talk about maybe how he was interacting with BFA and some thoughts that I had on it. There were some parts of it where I agreed with him, but I disagreed with him, okay? Because here's the thing. I don't want to do a let's crap on WoW video, okay? I'm not interested in that. What I am interested in is dissecting potential pitfalls for people who are new or for people who are partially new. And Asmongold reacted to it. I watched Asmongold's reaction. And I watched, who else did I watch? I watched, oh, what's his face? He does WoW stuff as well. Let's see. Please ignore my crazy YouTube. I don't think it was Legendary Drops. Oh, what's his name? He's somebody that Asmongold has reacted to. He is got dark hair and dark eyes and tan skin, and he's very like slender boned in his face. I watched Preach's reaction. Yes, I did watch Preach's reaction to it as well. Okay. Please don't judge me on my subscriptions. Wait a minute. No, this is not where I actually want to go. Is there just a list of everyone's going to like totally find out about me because of this? Why is, oh, did Novel respond to him yet? I don't know. Rax? Not Rax. Oh man, I feel like I should know him because I was just watching it. Maybe I should go to watch history. I feel like this is dangerous. I feel like this is very dangerous. I don't feel like I should be ashamed of my watch history, but I don't even know where I would go. Okay, let's go down here. Feel like this is gonna, I feel like this is gonna take forever. Oh, Zaryu! Zaryu! Did anyone see Zaryu's coverage? Zaryu. I feel terrible. I should know Zaryu. It's just I don't watch a lot of Zaryu. Did anyone see Zaryu's reaction? Asmongold reacts. Soul Breezy? I have never heard of Soul Breezy. X word videos, writer things. You're right, Shay. You're right. Yeah, it's Zaryu, I think. I don't know. Is it X Zaryu? Yeah. Yes, so I saw some of Zaryu reacting to some PvP. Why am I watching Zaryu when I don't really play WoW? I think part of it is that there's a lot of negativity about WoW that just feels negative. And I feel like Zaryu can be a bit a bit more positive or hopeful or constructive. But maybe I'm not getting the whole picture of Zaryu. But anyhow, yeah. So we have that as well. Does anyone have any preferences or any suggestions? Oh, Yala says Zaryu is a great guy. Yeah, Ben. So I haven't really, so there was this one guy in Asmongold. So Asmongold reacted, okay? And there's this one guy who was like, yeah, I'm a new player. And Asmongold did digging on this new player and found out this player had put 300 hours in over a course of like 5 or 6 years. So is 300 hours a lot? No, compared to like how a normal MMO person would put in, but still more than saying like you're absolutely new. So basically, there's this sense, I think, that when new players go into WoW, they struggle. And after watching 9 days, I had some opinions on it, but I don't know if people want to hear or want to cover that tonight. So I have some thoughts, but is anyone preferring something? I'm closing in on 10,000 hours. 10,000 hours, party, for Ben. Yeah, we should meet him in game and spray him with champagne on that day. Yeah, Shay, 300 hours in terms of MMO hours, that's baby, right? But is it as baby as, let's say, 9 days going in hot? That's really fair, Wooly. That is totally fair. I kind of, that's why I'm saying is like I'm coming in as a fairly new player who doesn't want to pay a sub yet, right? So I'm doing the free trial stuff, and I watched 9 days, and I could see a bit where 9 days was coming from, but I could also see a bit where I had some questions, I guess. I didn't want to be negative about 9 days, but I felt like there was some pushback that I thought could be provided against that. Even though WoW is still struggling and is not where it could be. Yeah. Oh, wow, Shay, have you put so many hours into WoW? Well, you know what? You shouldn't feel guilty about it. Just go for it. Zaryu, I think. So, yes, party. Why don't you tell us about endwalking? Oh, Ben, did you hear about party's alt? Yes, Wally, you're absolutely correct. So the point day 9, I think, was trying to say is that WoW is very incoherent. The point where I wanted to provide pushback was when he said something like, he said, maybe I'm taking him too literally, right? And he clipped his own stuff, so it might not be fully in context, but he was like, if I want to read a story, I read a book. And I think that's an opinion that is valid, but I just feel like it takes away the opportunity that a video game can have to tell a good story if the story writing is good. So I felt like there was some pushback that I wanted to push back and say, yes, there are many things that are very annoying about the game. And one of them is the way that the story is shared, right? Like the story is a bit incoherent. And as someone who wanted to go in with a fairly positive perspective, I was also a bit dismayed by how the story was unfolding for me. But you know, at the same point in time, you gotta sometimes let good things cook. And right now we're in a kind of a day and age where people just want stuff like just rammed into them, and they want to start in media race, and they want to just go and have this dopamine rush. And sometimes I wonder if we're missing the chance to slow down and enjoy something good. So that's where I kind of had some issues with day 9, in the sense that maybe the story in BFA isn't good, right? Let's all say that. But if it was done well, couldn't it be enjoyed? That's my question. What do you all think? Maybe not. Like, maybe WoW should be more like Elden Ring, where the story and the lore is just built into the things that you interact with in the world. Okay, so Shay says that in their first, I'm not sure, Shay, but in Shay's first 2 weeks in WoW were really bingy. So you just went full in. It's just way too much, says Yalla. Same for anyone new to a long-running live service game. Yeah, you're just going to have to be, you just have to be warned and be told, look, you're going to be settling in for a long slog to catch up, but it will be worth it. My question is, maybe people don't feel like it's worth it. They don't trust the writers anymore. Like, and I'm not saying writers just of WoW, but writers of all video games. They don't trust them to do anything good anymore. Oh, so it's like AFK and RP. Oh, what kind of RP, Shay? What kind of RP? Do tell. Okay. So Ben, here is the reality, okay? My sister began as a very handsome but dour Wildwood Ellison. And she has loved him deeply, but not as herself. And so she made this delightful, busty Femro, which represents her true nature. She went warrior. And she's now in the Mog Station buying all the glams because she's in love with her girl. Because that's really where the end game is, really. I think new players are more willing to accept WoW's modern episodic nature than longtime players are. And that is possibly true, Shay. Do you think it's because longtime players have a higher level of appreciation for more traditional approaches to writing? Or do you think the older writing was better and so long-term players got used to it, but then the newer ones coming in aren't as used to that? Or where do you think that gap lies? Imagine trying to read Lord of the Rings, starting with the hobbits and Fangorn Forest, then goes back to the war after Smaug leaves the land, then jumps to bits of the Silmarillion. Yes, Wooly, that does sound like a problem. You'll never be able to put that into a single scenario. Yeah. Okay, so Vanilla WoW follows on Warcraft 3 and then TBC and Wrath of the Lich King. Okay, sure. Okay, so longtime players are wishing that the modern new players would experience that old experience because that is really a great experience. Christopher, hello. Yes. It's a bunch of different directions taken from different authors. I really love it when there's one cohesive plot thread that keeps everything nicely wrapped. Yeah, so this is where I'm wondering, like, maybe having an architectural writer in charge of a whole bunch of, let's say, organic and architectural writers would maybe help WoW more, But since the cat is out of the bag and the plot is now effed, they should do a soft, maybe like a soft reboot, and then like rebuild stories that maybe allow for the older zones to be useful again or something. I don't know. I can't tell. Interesting. Okay, so a heavy RPer is your character gets into deep storylines or PvP combat, serious subject matter. Characters are usually in character, if not questing. So, Shay, would you be writing stories about your character or like acting out those stories with your friends or your guildies? Okay. Wow. Okay. So so let's get into it then. Since we're on this, I'm going to show you. This is something I had written, okay? I had written this when I was playing the intro of BFA, okay? So I don't know, is it blurry? I'll make it as big as I can. Yes, Christopher, that's what I'm hoping. You know, Shay, if they could do what you suggest and streamline the storyline so new players can go through everything, if they could do that, I would be there in a heartbeat. Interesting. That sounds really cool, Shay. I'm not gonna lie. I used to do a little bit of RP. I'm not super social, but I used to do a little bit of RP with friends, and it was pretty fun. It was pretty fun. When you were doing it with the right people, it's pretty good. Yeah. That is intense, Shay. That's wow. So like you really plot everything out. Look, I happened into this by accident. It was not my intention. Yeah. So this is my first day. So I went into WoW. So I downloaded the most obvious game. So I was trying to do kind of like 9 Day. I was trying to go in, but unlike 9 Day, I had some experience with MMOs and I knew what I was doing. And when I started the game, I had this cinematic trailer of an elvish woman fighting a Sauron-like king on a throne, which is, I'm assuming, Sylvanas and the Lich King. And I had so many questions, like, was she good or bad? Was the king good or bad? I was assuming the king was bad because he just looks bad from his armor, right? Now, where were they? Why were they there? Like, why was she fighting them? Was this a long time beef or something else? And so there was a lot of questions I had about the cinematic trailer, but I loved the cinematic trailer. And so I wish there was more context to it. Like there was like even a narrator or something that could help me feel like I understood what the stakes were at. And although I enjoyed watching it and thinking it was cool, it was not great for me because I didn't feel like I knew what the world was talking about. And so I felt like I just walked into the middle of a TV show and there was all of this big stakes action going on that looked cool, but I didn't understand where it was going to set in the lore. And so it was like a bit of a bummer, you know? Low energy socialization. Okay, and then we got to the character creation screen. Now, this is completely opinion based, right? Because some people love the art style of WoW. I struggled a bit to find some of the art making my character feel attractive was very difficult for me. And the fact that your race and your class are not open, this is a mechanical choice that WoW made, and I can respect that, and I'm not asking them to change it. But this was a tough moment for me because I wanted to play a night elf, but I didn't want to play like the locked race, like the locked classes to it. So it was just very tough for me to feel like I had real choice in making somebody I cared about. And that's where I struggled a bit. And that might be just me because I'm very visually triggered. Now, I'm not a graphics Andy, okay? Like, I'm not sitting here, complaining about Final Fantasy XIV, right? Because Final Fantasy XIV has some pretty low resolution. And basically, technically speaking, I think WoW comes off looking better because of the art style it has. So the resolution and everything can be fixed easily, and it will keep a sense of freshness, whereas 14 really needs, a facelift. So I'm not saying that I need it to be like high resolution and high graphics and amazing graphics, but the style of graphics didn't grab me right away. And then being linked, like having the classes and the races so exclusive sometimes and not allowing for full choice felt tough for me. Then there was the social contract page, and I accepted it. Like, I don't care if there's a social contract. Like, it doesn't really matter. But I do want to go on record and say that I did agree with Preach that the problem with the game is not that people are going to be mean or negative. It's basically like the game is sometimes encouraging people to be that way. Yalla's telling me there's zero chance for me to know what's going on. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Shay, I think that's really unfortunate when you feel like you can't make that character that you want because of some PC BS. I do agree with that. I think that's a tough one. I did end up going with an elf, and I made a really nice chick. I think I made a very nice looking girl. I made her a hunter, so I made it work. But the emotional tie to that character is, let's just say, party, be honest. How many times have you logged into Final Fantasy XIV and you've like caught me running around because I just want to see my cattail bounce around? I do it all the time. I'm always checking out Catboy tails. It's like...
Oh, sorry. You mean like how many times I could just check out other Catboy tails?
Or just myself. Checking out myself.
Others. I haven't seen you yourself.
Like, have you ever seen me like just running back and forth, like around the aetheryte?
Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, I'm just looking at my tail.
Ew.
It does a wavy motion when you're running.
On your private moment.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Anyway. So once again, like, I don't have an issue with a social contract page, and I actually loved some of the visual details. It's just there was a little bit of disconnect for me. So then we get into the tutorial zone. So we're on a ship with a guide that says we're on a rescue for an alliance. And I liked this because it felt like we're getting right into the action. And the guides taught you the controls really clearly. I loved the music, and everything was voiced, so it felt like very immersive. And the cutscenes were impactful but they were so short and you weren't really in it. So I didn't understand. Once again, it was hard for me to connect with the characters in the cutscenes because I was like, who are these people? But I love the music. I love the voices. I liked how you went straight into like learning how to move around on the ship. It was really great. And I felt leveling felt really good. So that was interesting. Oh, here was a note. I only had 2 buttons at the start to press, which made me wonder why people were talking about not enough buttons in Final Fantasy IV. So some people complain about how few spells or actions you have at the beginning of Final Fantasy XIV, but you don't get so much in the tutorial zone either. So I was a little confused about this whole talk. I don't know. Maybe some people in chat. Catboy ear flick. Night elf female characters are very hard to stay attached to, in my opinion. I've deleted more of them than any other character of any race. Shay, why are you deleting? Like, what is that? Why do you think so? That's so curious. I want to know more about that.
Wow.
Yeah, so you can play like, I guess it's like a light elf or wood elf kind of thing, and then there's a night elf. And for some reason, she's deleting the night elf characters more.
Yeah,
I wonder why. Maybe the lore just doesn't allow? Oh, good music is still salty. Is that Arthas, is that the moment where he turns into like the little cloudy thing that was the little cloudy orb? I don't want to say that. Catboy ear flick. Wooly, you know it. I know it. Everyone knows it, as Asmongold says. That is why I became hooked. It's like crack for me. Yalla. Baseline knowledge required to have a chance to understand what's going on is character storyline faction. Oh my gosh. So we would have to go back to Warcraft 3 to even start understanding anything. Oh my lord. Oh. Oh my gosh. Okay, go to the high seas. J.r.r. All right. Yeah. Yeah, Ben. I think getting some OG CDs, if they shifted things around, maybe. Night elves were done so dirty. Okay. So, the tutorial zone was nice to look at. It had nice music and wasn't too overwhelming. I did have one question. If we have to loot bodies, why don't we have an option to loot all? Does that come later? Newsflash, it didn't. So that was a mind flip for me, was clicking on the bodies to manually collect loot. In 14, you just automatically collect loot. Some people like it, some people don't like it. But I was just wondering, like, could we have like a loot all button? But no, we don't. We don't seem to get it. I don't know. Despite my low level, I did not pull aggro from the mobs at first. This felt odd to me, and it kind of made the zone less excited, almost brain dead. I might be a filthy casual, but I don't need my hand held that way all the time. Later on, I'd randomly pull aggro, which confused me. So I don't know what was happening in the tutorial island, but this happened as well. So I was so confused. There was a newcomer chat. That was really nice. That was nice. It's not as maybe helpful as having a sprout. A sprout is really helpful to maybe help you like visually stand out, but then maybe people would like be mean to you. I don't know. But it was nice to have the /4. So I did actually ask questions and people did help me. So if anyone says all WoW players are toxic, that's a lie. Not all of them are. There are very helpful ones out there who will answer your questions in the newcomer chat. Okay, so this is someone graduated from the World War II bunker. Yes, Minh, thanks to my sister. I am out of the World War II bunker and I am in a World War II I don't know, office. I'm a step up for sure. Step up. Thanks to my sister's Yeti. Yeah. It's impossible to understand the story of the game. Yeah, I'm starting to get that feeling. Yella. Shay says, only one good face for night elves. Oh my. Oh dear. So then you just don't feel like physically attached to that character. That's a shame. That's a real shame. All does, but it's disabled in the tutorial. It's disabled in the tutorial. Okay, so I can go in and I can choose loot all, Shay? Oh, thank goodness. Oh. Okay. Wow, I need Shay in the game. I need to have a little fairy called Shay who sits on my shoulder and tells me these things because I need help. Thanks so much, Shay. I appreciate these tips. I can't play WoW right now because my Steam can only handle one MMO. But when I get home and I log in, I'm going to look for that loot all button like tomorrow. Okay, you can, if you know the game code, you can turn it on. Okay. I don't think WoW does line of sight on mobs. Oh. Oh, is that sarcasm, Christopher? I don't know. Yeah. Okay. This has become an increasing problem. So after this word pad is done, okay, I'll talk a little bit more, but basically this is a concern, okay? So if you're going to give us text to read, I want to be able to resize the text quest dialog box and make it bigger. Now my eyesight is actually pretty good, but I can't read it very well. I think they try to make a really nice parchment background, but then the font lines are very thin. So I want to read the text boxes and anyway, good swimming and jump animations. Very nice. I like the jump animations, the swimming animations, very good. Okay, so I got to Stormwind. It was great to enter the city and see what it might look like in a starter zone. It was 1 a.m. EST when I zoned in, and I found it to be fairly quiet at first. So this was 1 a.m. on an early Monday, late Sunday night. So this is, late at night. I was pretty quiet in Stormwind. The NPC I spoke with led me to my first mount. It was great to know I could ride mounts in the city. However, I realized pretty quickly that learning how to ride mounts is an actual grind. Now, this is something I'm not super used to because in 14, you can ride a mount after you hit level 50. And then you can fly mounts after you get your aether currents, which they minimized. So initially when I played 14, they had a gajillion aether currents you had to pick up. And then after that, aether currents were cut down to like 10 or 15. And it's pretty straightforward. You can generally get to flying in a fairly straightforward manner. But what I did like is that in WoW, you can fly in the city, which was very nice. You could run around on your mount and it could make getting around that city much more quickly. There weren't any aether currents around the city, so I assume that's because you can just use mounts, I suppose. Chache, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yella is feeling my pain. Poor Yella. They're lying there going, don't go there. It's not worth it. There is. Think it's in the UI options to loot all with shift or something. Okay, good music. Okay, so I have escaped the tutorial. I can go into settings and try. Okay. LOL. Can mount cat girls and lips. Men. All men. you know, Wooly and Shay, I am not averse to having mounts take time. I don't think there's a bad thing with having some grind to the mounts. And I think some of the good mounts should be locked behind grind, right? So like in 14, some of the best mounts are locked behind certain raids and things like that. And I think that's really good to do. But I was just a bit confused about navigation at first. But once again, I liked Stormwind as a whole. When I finally left the city, I felt like the whole zone was nice to the eye. There were some people there, but not tons. I was thankful for the Flight Master. Compared to Aetherites in FF XIV, I felt like the city was way more convoluted. The map was less helpful since it couldn't be easily resized, and the lack of portals depressing, at least so far, the lack of portals. So I need help from Shay and Wooly and anyone else out there. Can the map be resized so I can have it up always, or do I have to keep pressing M and yeah, anyway, so that was it. Then I made a mistake. Okay, so this was my mistake. I saw 2 trainers for professions, cooking and archaeology, and after training the first level in both, I was given skills. What to do with them, where to go next, what's my goal, how do I level up, who knows. There's no parent storyline or tutorial for the side professions. Once again, I might not know. Like, I might be missing out, but clearly I will need to do more digging into that if I want to try them out. Are they even the good professions? And can I cancel these professions and go back? So once again, I'm not wanting to complain, but I just want to explain how I felt very confused. Like 9 Day, I could appreciate 9 Day feeling confused about certain things. If you're coming in completely fresh and you don't want to look at a YouTube tutorial, you're going to feel really confused about certain things. I did ask for help when I had issues with the specializations dialog box, which kept on popping up despite the fact I had activated the one I wanted already. Thanks to a helpful person in newcomer chat, I was able to reload and the glitch went away. So once again, I just want to give a shout out to newcomer chat. They were very, very helpful. The first real scene is Jaina is sent on some mission doomed to fail. It is hinted that she was at fault for her father's death, if for a good cause. Her relationship with her mother has soured and we are taken captive and thrown in prison. And this is where I met my favorite NPC so far, Flynn, who is funny and personable. Now, I struggled to connect with Jaina because everyone was like, oh, this is Jaina. And I didn't really know. I felt like I was riding the coattails of greater people and somehow by accident became a hero. I didn't feel empowered or interested. But once again, that's just me. This is my opinion here. There wasn't a mystery for me to solve about myself or even anything cool about myself as a character. There was zero character fantasy, but at least Flynn was funny. Okay, so this is my favorite line from Flynn. Okay, here it is. Wait, something touched my leg. Pause. No, never mind. It was my other leg. We're good. I loved Flynn. Flynn is everything. You know, Stormwind reminds me of Ul'dah. People like meme on Ul'dah. Stormwind reminded me of Ul'dah. Professions have no story content. Oh, Shay, an add-on. Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so I was deeply into Flynn. So far, I've stuck with Flynn. I like Flynn. Okay, so this is how it ends. So it's no surprise that when we freed ourselves from the prison, I didn't really care about Jaina's fate, and I found myself hard stuck to believe that somehow an escaped captive combined with a prison riot would go unnoticed. Okay, well, anyway, at least that kind of feeds into the you're just small fry narrative. And that, I guess, bothers me because I was so sure our character would have supposedly been on all of these adventures with other folks before now with the original part of the game and stuff like Legion and Miss Pandaria, Wrath of the Lich King, etc. And now I'm consumed with figuring out how to ignore the main plot, which really feels like it's railroading me along, and how to go into the old zones and see stuff there. Second day. So my takeaway from this first day, okay, so I got to the jail, and actually I got out of the jail on the first day. And my takeaway was my favorite part was the art, the music, the voice acting, and Flynn. So I disagreed with 9 days insofar as I think story can be had here. Like, if there was a better story, I think it would be fantastic. I just felt like the story was referencing too much that I didn't understand, and there was zero contextualization for me to care. And I am someone who is ready to care. I want to care. I'm the person who wants to believe, you know what I mean? I'm like the Mulder of literature, and it was just not there for me. But I'm going to keep going. I want to give it a shot. Flynn, I loved Flynn. I hope he does not die. Second date, played FF XIV. So weird to see BFA focus on her. Okay, so Shay, since then, I have actually played more. Okay, so if I was going to say second day, started working to, so basically, like, from what I understand, and I tried my best to pay attention to the lore here, there are different houses that are not really talking to each other, or there's like a fragmentation, and you're supposed to like bring together the states. And that's what our job is. Day 9, not 9 days. Sorry, bully. Yeah, day 9. So like day 9 was like confused about a lot. I felt like I had a bit more context going in. Do you know the part in day 9's video where he got stuck and he couldn't get back onto the dock? He got stuck in the water and he couldn't get back onto the wooden dock. That was actually me. I actually had that same experience. But it wasn't such a big thing, right? Because I was just doing it by myself. So I just felt like I was being dumb. Like I just felt like I was stupid. I wasn't like playing to a crowd or anything. Not saying that day 9 was faking it entirely, but you know what I mean? Like when you're playing it in front of a crowd, you're going to feel more stressed out about it. Whereas I just felt really stupid. Really? So Jaina is introduced in Vanilla WoW as if you already know her well. So I guess that goes back to what Yella said. Like you have to play Warcraft 3, which is a strategy game, to even maybe get all of that lore before you even go into Vanilla. Interesting. So anyway, that was my take on day 9. I felt like I understood all of day 9's confusion. But at the same point in time, my takeaway was story isn't bad in a game. It just has to be, this just has to be tweaked. And maybe it can't be. Maybe Yella is right. Like maybe we just need a soft reset. Oh, did you get stuck too, Shay? Yeah, I just felt very silly. You know what I mean? But I did go into one open world dungeon by accident with a bunch of people, and no one like hounded me or anything. So far my experience has been fairly positive. So I have no real complaints. Warcraft 3 is partially mandatory. Wow. So that's just me talking about day 9 playing BFA. And Zaryu was like, in another video, Zaryu was responding to something else. He was like, oh, you don't have to play BFA. And I felt like telling him, actually, if you're on free trial, they funnel you into BFA. You have very little choice. And when you want to leave Stormwind through the front gates, it will say something like, you are leaving the tutorial area. Are you sure? And you're like, no, and then you will say no because you don't want to make the game angry, and maybe I should have just said yes and left. Yeah, read all the side content. Yeah, I could take to the 7 Cs at a pinch. But I just thought it was very interesting watching Zaryu respond to it and preach and Asmongold, because I thought a lot of people were like CC, like wow bad, and I was like, part of me felt a little bit frustrated with how day 9 was giving up a little bit. I feel like some people it was kind of like a place shade that was like a dock, and you had to get past the guards, and then when you went in you had to fight some people, and there were like other players in there doing the same thing. It was very similar to like a Guild Wars 2 instance, if that makes any sense. I don't know. Yeah, Shay, it made you feel like, oh no, like, can I? Am I going to break something if I do? So it felt a little bit, okay, I'll look for a time dragon then. We'll see. Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, that was my take. An ESO delve. Yeah, ESO delve. I have never experienced an ESO delve. But I'm going to assume it's like an open world instance where like you go in with a group of people that have gone in physically through the same door, not like a party finder. Yeah, Wally, that's what everyone keeps telling me. And so that's where I'm wondering if a soft reset might help it. Like if they just are like, okay, so that all happened in the past. We're going to ignore that. And we're going to just move forward. But it just seems so unfair because you're doing this lore and the world a disservice. You can't just ignore it. It's kind of like Final Fantasy 1.0 versus Final Fantasy 2.0, right? Like Final Fantasy 2.0 and 1.0 are their own beasts. But if you played 1.0, then I think there are things in 2.0 that make sense when you first start out. Maybe it was a world quest and I accidentally went into it, Shay. I have no idea. It's a little gnome sitting on an hourglass. Okay. Wow. All right. I will do my best, everyone, and I will come back to you with my experiences. Maybe if I have a free night, I will hop on and just randomly stream me trying to figure out WoW. But it's not as intuitive for me, shall I say. We're getting okay, so War Within is the new expansion, right? Like War Within's going to be the new thing. Party wants to laugh at me flailing around in pain. Letting my animal get harmed. Yeah. Well, here's the thing. I think people want things to be good, and there's nothing wrong with wanting your game to be good and wanting people to enjoy it, right? The thing about MMOs is they're communities first and foremost. And it's kind of like if you have children, do you want to share this world with your kids or your friends or your family? And so I think it's very hard for people to realize that something that they love is changing forever or is continuing on a downward spiral. And that can be really hard, I think. And so when good news comes out, it can be hard for some people to believe, or it could be hard for some people to be excited because change is very uncertain, number one. And number two, we don't know if it's going to actually be good or not. So it's a tough situation right now. I remember Asmongold one time saying, the moment an MMO is good is when people don't know much about it. But as soon as you know everything about the MMO, that's when like everything is bad. It's kind of like, I suppose it's kind of like getting married. Before you get married to that person, they seem fantastic, and then you get married and it's a mistake. Watching actual society. Yeah. Well, Wooly, hopefully when I get home, I will be able to log into Final Fantasy XIV, and anyone who plays 14 can, we can try to meet up somewhere in the game, and we'll get Party to show up in her, as either her Femro or her Elizin. We don't know. We will be surprised. Yeah, of course, Party. You're going to come with Nico and I. You don't have a choice in this. You do realize this. As my mod, you have signed an unspoken contract, and unsigned contract, but it's like signed in spirit that you will be there. Oh, Minh, you have no idea. Do you know how many glams Party has bought for her Femro? It's become a little dangerous. We've had to do an intervention. Minh, right now, her Femro is wearing Gaia's outfit. That's all I'm going to say. From Eden. Oh, that's a good idea, Wally. Yeah, you should do that. We'll meet. I can meet up with my main, and do stuff if you need some help. Oh, man. Yeah, she's going into her feminine era. She's going to literally, she's going to finance the servers. Yeah, Party funded the Oceania server data centers. OMG, epic. You. I saw some of those photos that you posted, by the way. I was like, does that bun boy need some, or was it a bun girl? It was a bun person for sure. Wooly is on an EU server. Interesting. Oh, Smadge, we won't be able to help him or them. Maybe one day we can visit. Maybe we'll have an EU data center opening between, so we can see you. Yeah, he's on the European, or she. I don't know what Wooly is, but they're on the European data servers, so they can't meet us. But I think we have some people here from North America. So we could all meet in North America, and then we'll send loves and gifs of Party Sober sending Femro kisses to people who can't be there. Yeah. And for Shay and all of the WoW players, um, I'll think about how I can go about maybe, I don't know, if we can meet in game. I'm not sure. Oh my gosh, she's addicted to slash dope. Don't get her started. She likes the way her femoro scrunches down. Elysian women are so regal. I feel like I feel like elves, whether they're night or light elves, should have that kind of regal nature. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. So Party is in love with her slash dope, like I'm in love with my slash joy. It's a mental problem at this stage. We got a addiction here. Yeah, yeah. Especially when Nico does it, right? Because he's like the best cat boy in Eorzea, in all of in all of the galaxies, right? Right, Party. Oh, she's right. He's number 2. Graha is the best. Yeah, Party's not wrong. Party's not wrong. Graha's number 1. Yes. Here comes the boy. Hello, boy. Welcome. There he is. He is here. Yeah. Yeah. Wish there were more Elysian. Well, Epic, that's the thing. I think Elysian girls and boys are just very rare, and people don't know how to glam them well, so then people just like aren't as attracted to it, right? It's about your personal fantasy. I'm sure like people like Shay would agree that sometimes you just see the person and that's the person, you know what I mean? Like you just know. Yeah, fun boys are very cute. Amaric. Oh my gosh. Yeah. So for I don't know if so maybe there's just some WoW only players in chat, but I imagine that there are WoW players who just have a thing for Sylvanas or Arthas or Jaina. I don't know. Oh, Alex Straza. That is a name I have heard many people say and link to very sexy character who apparently people have mentioned over and over again. And oh, good question, Shay. Here's the deal. When I return home, I'm not yet home, Shay. When I return home, which will be next week, I will log on my actual PC. Right now, I am streaming from my Steam Deck, and my Steam Deck can only hold 1 MMO at a time because I don't have an external drive or anything for it. So, I'm not sure offhand, Shay. Sorry. But I will let everyone know in Discord so everyone can find out. I don't mind people finding out. Yeah, Ben's Ben and Epic both are bringing in. Oh, Yella. Yella, what kind of games are you playing now? What games are people playing recently? Can anyone just throw in chat? Like other than, of course, we're going to say FF XIV. We're going to say WoW, of course. We're all going to say those things. But are there any other games that people are playing that is non-MMO? Okay, so here's the thing. When I was watching the Sylvanas versus Lich King trailer, I thought it was very, very cool. And I actually like strong female characters who are dark and who make mistakes. I think the problem is when people hand wave those mistakes away or try to overly justify them or try to morally justify them. And it's kind of like, let women make mistakes like men do. So that's where my issue lies with sometimes with strong female characters. They take away their agency by treating them like infants who didn't mean to do that bad thing, or I didn't have a choice but to do that bad thing. And it's like, it feels a bit hand-holdy sometimes. Just sometimes. I'm not sure if that's what happened to Sylvanas, but that can happen to some strong female characters. Okay, so people butchered Sylvanas. There we go. Okay, so OG Final Fantasy VII. Okay, so like the old version, not like the new remake. Pokemon Platinum. Pokemon Platinum. I have never, ever played that game. Is that on an emulator, Minh? Is that an emulator? Euden Chronicle, Final Fantasy 16 DLC. Okay, we got a PS5 player. PS5 player just outed themselves. Baldur's Gate 3 and Grand Blue Fantasy. Ooh, I think Asmongold's playing Grand Blue Fantasy on the sly. TBH, I don't play any games at the moment, and the last I played was Cyberpunk 2077. Didn't you watch someone play Cyberpunk 2077, Party? Yeah, we have a friend who loved Cyberpunk 2077. I started playing Baldur's Gate 3. I made a super attractive half-elf male. He's very nice. I may have allowed the more sexual stuff to be shown, so I even chose his genitalia. It was very... Anyway, moving on. Christopher says Balatro. I do not know what that is. Could you explain, Christopher? Look, Shay, this is where I have to say, like, this is where I want to be a fly on the wall. You know what I mean? Because sometimes I wonder if what is actually hurting WoW isn't really the writers. It might also be a lack of vision from the people in the upper, echelons in the management. Because if you have mixed visions, then your writers are not going to be writing anything worth anything. You know what I mean? And the reason why I am wondering about lack of vision is because I ghostwrite for a living, more or less. Like, I also teach ESL, but I have been ghostwriting for a while now. And let me assure you, there are people out there who will sink money into paying people to write for them, and they have no idea what they're doing. And they'll be changing their minds or trying to change their minds on a whim. And they'll be like, oh, we can't put this in here now because I just found out yesterday this is not the in thing. And it's like, bro, we're halfway through the book. We're not changing it. So can you imagine being in a situation where you are already working in a field that is iterative by design, right? So like when you're programming a game, it's iterative. It's not a linear progression of making something. And so you can imagine, like, these writers are one day being told, oh, this is the way it's going to be, and then the next day being told, oh, that's not the way it's going to be. So I bet that could also, if you're already a newbie writer and you're already coming out of an educational system that hasn't equipped you fully to maybe deal with more medieval or whatever stuff, and then you have management just shifting all over the place, like, things are going to get even worse. Only interesting thing left for Yella Yella is lore. Oh, that's sad. Epic Cthulhu is playing Dragon's Dogma 2, Elden Ring, Alien Dark Descent, and Fallout 4. Epic, did you go back to Fallout 4 because of the TV show? Wally Ram is in Elden Ring, SMT Vengeance Waiting Room. Gotcha. Well, he admitted it. And Blaze Blue Roguelite for now. Yeah, Shay. So Shay says the higher ups forced the new writers to butcher her so the IP wouldn't lose her. And you know who else did this? MCU found out that Loki was very popular, so even though they had written his death for real in Thor: The Dark World, they forced a resurrection because he was too popular to kill off. And in my opinion, that took his character into an interesting place. It probably wasn't as devastating for the Loki's character compared to what happened to Sylvanas, but it just shows you how management can really get their oar in if they are allowed to. Yeah. Christopher's right. Okay, so Party probably hasn't played Fallout 4. Another settlement needs our help. That is such a meme. It's so true. Yeah, I heard Cyberpunk 2077 has gotten way better. It's like a No Man's Sky kind of thing. Yeah, see, I have a feeling it's not always the lower tier of people. It's the management who might not know what they want. But that's common. That's common. At least that's my takeaway from my experience working with people. The game is perfect for any who loves gambling and math. Oh. Okay. So you're building a deck and then you're gambling. Wow. Christopher is in his own special tier over there. Oh, Epic Cthulhu. Writing self-insert OC fanfic for people. Yeah. Epic, you know my pain. You know what you're talking about. Yeah, so Party, so you're in Fallout 4 and you're supposed to, at some point you get roped into starting a settlement, and then you get roped into helping this like brigade people. Oh, I forget what they're called again because I only played it for a bit. And then they keep asking you, and they're like, another settlement needs help. So then you have to trek over there and help them. It's a whole meme. They took her agency away from Sylvanas. Yeah. Yeah. You know, Wooly, that is partially why I wish I could do it, just so I can see, so I can kind of excavate it, you know? I'm very interested in excavating the story. Y'shtola is overrated. AF. Fight me. Man, I hate Fallout. Okay, so here's my thing with Y'shtola. And I want to do like a video that focuses on each scion. For me with Y'shtola, if we really look at her carefully throughout the game, she wasn't really present in Heavensward. And she had a second tier engagement in Stormblood. So if we really look at Y'shtola overall, she has this aloof posture, and then they kind of cemented her character through Heavensward and Stormblood so that she becomes this increasingly cantankerous academic, basically. So for me, the best thing for Y'shtola was what Runar represents. In my opinion, represents Y'shtola's return to her feminine energy. And so there's a lot of potential there for Y'shtola to find love. And I know that's going to make a lot of players upset. Oh no, my cat girl's going to be with someone. But I feel like Y'shtola has a chance to, like, my happy ending for her is to find a place with Runar and make a home with Runar. And I know that's not progressive. And yeah, I just feel like I want to really see her grow into that softer feminine part of herself. And it doesn't take away her power, it doesn't take away her intelligence, it doesn't take away her capability as a person, but it would fill her out and balance her more. And I think I would like to see that for her. But I could see other people just hating my idea. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh. We got ads. I'm not getting paid for them. But here we go. I'm going to just turn it down just a little bit, just in case. So we're now listening to Myths, ethereal fantasy meditation music, calming sleep ambience. Hopefully nobody will fall asleep. Maybe we should choose something maybe a little less. Everyone's going to see my private long music. Look, don't look at my belly dancing mixes. Don't ask me about these things, okay? Egyptian trap music. Don't ask. I don't know. I just have these music mixes. I'm like a music mix hoarder. Shh. Okay, let's see what chat's saying here. Yeah. Y'shtola is, in my opinion, Christopher, Y'shtola was moving towards a Matoya thing, and then I think Runar changed her. And that was interesting to me. Yala says, Checo, didn't you want to watch all Warcraft cinematics in chronological order? I think you were talking about that with Akalon. Yala, you know what? I should do that, right? I should do that. Oh, okay. I'm going to see if I can find like a video that might have them all back to back or something. Yeah, Ben. So she was definitely spicy at the beginning. If you recall, she got lippy with that one Lalafell over the banquet that they make you run around for. So she's definitely spicy. And I'm okay with spicy. Okay, so let me just be clear. I'm very much okay with spicy. But what I think is an interesting direction to take her is to take her to a direction where she finds love. People who are like, oh, Y'shtola, I'm like, okay, I don't want to reveal my Graha love flag too deeply here, but all I'm going to say is that the man saved two realities in one go, more or less. For me, yeah, you just go watch my Graha related videos and you'll see how much I really respect that person. Yeah, Runar, the approach that they went with Runar, I think makes sense if you look at it from a certain anime trope deck. So for some people it might feel weird, but there was an aspect to it where he's a more gentle male and she's a more tough female. And do you know why it works for me? Because my parents are like that to a certain degree. Now, my mom isn't behaving like a teacher toward my dad, but my mom is definitely more of a Y'shtola type character, and she has been very happily married for 43 years to a man who is more romantic and you know, actually, in some ways, even my father would say my mother is smarter than him to a certain degree. And that doesn't mean my mom is better than my dad. They have different strengths. And so for me, when I saw Y'shtola and Runar, I actually saw my parents to a certain degree. But is Y'shtola my favorite? No. But if I was going to link myself to a scion, it would either be Urianger or Y'shtola. Like, those are the closest to me in terms of personality characteristics. Epic, you hit the nail on the head. Y'shtola's archetype is linked to that of the crone, which would be Matoya, right? Which is the failed mother archetype. And to me, Runar represents her chance to return to a actual nourishing, like a mother archetype who brings life into the world. Shay says they do. They do. LOL. The history of Warcraft 30 minutes is a funny but honestly goodie. Okay. Combine history in 20 minutes with all the cinematics, and a new player is in a good place. Okay, Shay, are you perchance part of my Discord at all? Okay. If you could post that in content submissions, if you have any that you recommend, please post them there, and I will love to look at them. Their cinematics are cool, but nonsensical without the context. Okay, so then I'll just make up the context, Wooly. Yeah, Gerugeru. Yeah, the Titan Quest. She was not having it. Yeah, you're right, Ben. She was spicy there. She was like, I say. Graha is best bro. Yeah, so like if we're going to talk about like who has really put their foot forward and like enacted change on a massive scale, I would argue Graha. But I don't like evaluating people simply on have they done massive scale. For me, a good character isn't just like, oh, they did this amazing thing. It's also about their journey. And that's also where Graha for me also shines, because Graha is about a man who is more in his anima is more strong within him. And so he is learning to stand up for himself, to advocate for himself, and to seize his adventure. So Graha to me is actually an atypical male. And he's a very short one. For those who don't play Catboys, his Catboy body is the shortest you can go for a Seeker of the Sun for a male. So he's a very small man, like maybe 5'4". And if you see him next to like Preach's Femro, he looks like a child, right? Like he's very short. And that's why I think the lyrics in Shadowbringers that talk about stand tall, that is actually referring to Graha and Elidibus, who are both short young men. So that's my theory. Go watch my videos on it. I have some fascinating theories about that. Yeah, Urianger is, I believe, Party's favorite, followed by Thancred. I'm pretty sure. Your favorite scion. Yeah, she likes Urianger and Thancred. Party is in Amdapur keep right now. So she can't type because she's being a responsible tank. Yeah, so I would say if we're talking about like visible arcs, I would say Thancred has the strongest one. Is anyone here in chat familiar with the 4 kinds of conflicts? Is everyone familiar with that one? Here, let me show. So if we go new. Okay, and then I'll make it nice and big here. Okay, so we have man. So I'm going to be using the word man here, but of course I'm including women in this. I hope no female here is going to be super upset about my choice of words here, but this is just a classical way of saying it. But so we have man versus man, or society. Okay, so that's number one conflict. And then we have man versus nature, man versus himself, and then there's usually like man versus God or cosmos. And those are generally the four types, right? So for example, man versus himself, to a certain degree, you could argue that Alphino goes through that, Thancred goes through that, Y'shtola is going through that, Alisei is going through that. Actually, all the scions have man versus himself or herself, right? Woman versus herself. So man or woman versus himself or herself. This is true for every single scion. So every single scion has this. Every single scion has this. Like, that is just part of the game. Like, you see them changing over time, but some of them are changing more obviously than others. Like I said, most people, yeah, sure, Shay, under content requests, that's great. If you could put it under there, that would be great. If there's anything you want me to react to for WoW, I will look under there for sure. Now, if we're doing man versus man, for example, or man versus society, for example, this would be something like, for example, Wilred fighting the evils of like the Alamegan refugees versus the very bad people who hurt his female friend. I would almost put Tsukiyomi. Yeah, I would put what's her face? I can't believe this. Why am I blanking out? Fordola and Yotsu. I would put Yotsu slightly under here because she is actually battling Doman society, right? So that's there. I put that there, right? So I would put down Wilred, Fordola, Yotsu, Euless, maybe. Maybe not Euless. Trying to think. Man versus society. Who else would be in there? Well, I'll put that in there so far. That's for sure. Right? Man versus nature is basically anyone in the shroud. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kind of not kidding. But man versus nature could also maybe include man versus nature would be trying to think if there's any like survival stuff. Oh, Nanamo. Oh, where would Nanamo go? I think Nanamo goes in here. Let's put Illbird in here and Nanamo in there. Anyone in the shroud and maybe the first, right? Because the first is also about the environment of the light, which is damaging. Oh, that's okay, Shay. We can slowly go through the cinematics, and it will take us a year, but we'll get through them. Sloppy. Yeah, you know it, Wally. Now, man versus God, I think that would take me into talking about Endwalker, and I don't want to spoil. I don't want to spoil Party on it, but basically, I do think Endwalker does touch a little bit on this final one, but it's very tenuous. I think most of it is in these three. And I also think, trying to think, man versus society. Like, I think the scions are also complicated in here, up in here. What does everyone think? Where would we put Xenos? I think I would put Xenos in here. Let's put him in here because that will get me into talking about Xenos. And once again, there's spoiler territory here. But Xenos represents more than just a man fighting people. There's more going on with that character than just a dude running around fighting. Yeah. Can't tell Party about the Urianger hot tub scene. Yes. Shay, thanks so much. Okay, I'm going to, let's just, wait a minute. I kind of don't want to go into my Discord to show my Discord. So I'm going to go on my phone here. You are a champ, Shay. 6 hours of Warcraft cinematics. Is your body ready, Party? We won't really do it tonight, but now we have something for another stream, everyone. Yeah, exactly, Wooly. That's where I'm at. I feel like Xenos represents a person who's fighting against himself, but also against everyone else. And in fact, there is a certain scene in Endwalker where someone challenges Xenos, and it makes Xenos rethink how he's approaching you. And that is what drives him to do what he does at the end. So if you think about it that way, Xenos is also on his own little journey. He's a force of nature, yeah. So in some ways, yeah, he's doing so many things. Like, I could just talk about him all the time, really. So maybe I should do another video about Xenos. Did anyone watch Grinding Gears talking about Xenos in Endwalker? Because I thought they had some really good takes on Xenos. Like, they're one of the few people, I think, who, like, really came to grips with what was going on. I was very impressed with Garrett and Kyle. I nearly called him Carrot. I'm a terrible person. Yeah. But anyway. Yeah, so we have all these conflicts, and I think if we think about it that way, where we have a person versus themselves, Carrot and Guile. If we think about it this way, I think Y'shtola fits into this and almost every scion. And that's where I think there's a lot that you could do. So I should do a video for each scion. Oh, yeah. Wooly mentioned that. I didn't even really notice it, but now I'm going to be noticing it. And it will probably be like, But, yeah. But they did, Wooly. They actually had some good, interesting stuff that I was like, oh, okay. It, like, they just had some good reads that I could get behind in general. But anyhow. So, I'm just thinking about our evening. So we have the final part of the essay that we could go through. We have some things that we could respond to in my Discord. Or we could take a look at something I wrote in the past, or we could I also have other React material that is just weird. It's more related to culture war stuff. I don't know. Does anyone in chat have preferences? I'm pretty chill and open for anything. What do folks think? Oh, was that the I will never serve part? I will never serve. Okay, Ben is down for whatever. Whatever I want. I guess I'm just not super confident about trusting my instinct on this one. React to something cheesy and clickbaity. What would that be, Wally? What do you think that is? Party, what would that be? I'm an old lady. Explain this to me. Tasty drama. Oh, I gotta channel my Asmon. I should react to something like Stellar Blade. Aw, thanks, Shay. Whatever Asmon watched recently. Okay, let's look at what Asmon has been watching recently. And then we'll see if anything interests us. How about that? Sometimes, like, you can see I have an Asmon problem. I could call myself Asmon Girl and steal his brand. But you can see I do watch some of his stuff. I haven't watched a lot lately because I was at my friend's house. But let's see what he's been reacting to. Oh, that Stellar Blade. Yeah, tipping culture. Censorship for Stellar Blade. It's all about Stellar Blade, right? Phase Rapture. I don't even know. I'm scared to go in there. More Stellar Blade. Johnny Somali.
Cthulhu.
They hate you. Wally knows emoji. Luton's take on the custodian drama. Oh. You know, I was explaining to my friend that I wanted to keep myself free of like too much Warhammer 40k lore because I want to enjoy Caiaphas Cain on its own merits. Is it too spoilery for what do we have against tipping? Well, I am not sure, Wally. I am not certain. I think the argument with tipping is that tipping in and of itself isn't bad, the fear is that because tipping culture exists, it encourages companies to underpay their employees with the understanding that the employees will be tipped. So it encourages bad employment practices across the board. Ignore unless you have all the novels you want to read. Yeah, and then there's tipping for crazy things. So, like today, party, my friend and I went to a lovely restaurant. I had this amazing bacon and cheeseburger, and essentially, yeah, the guy was cute. My sister liked him, so I may have tipped him like, you know, a nice amount of money, but it still wasn't a ton. But you know, and what?
You have to say I liked him.
You did like him though.
He was cute. Whatever.
She liked him. He was cute. So then we did tip the person. Number one, he did a very good job. He checked in, but he didn't check in too much. He topped up our glasses when it needed topping up. He was very attentive, but not hovering. So we tipped him. And in Canada, you tip people if they do a very good job, especially. And then if you hate them, you don't tip them at all, or you tip them 5%. Oh, Ben lives in New Zealand, and there is no tipping in New Zealand. No. Okay, noters. Tipping the pizza guy just seems sensible. Yeah, Wally, they brought you your pizza, right? Those poor people. They had to bring it out. So in China and in Japan, tipping was not a thing. Yeah. So it's tipping is very nice. I'm not gonna lie. Recently, our ghostwriting service instituted an ability for clients to tip me, and a couple clients actually returned and retroactively tipped me for my work, and I was very happy. But it turned out that the platform docked 10% off the tip for themselves. Shay knows where it's at. See? Girls tipping cute pizza guys. Look at Shay. Based. That is where it's at. Yeah, Wally, look, I try to tip within reason, okay? But I am not like, you know, flowing at the pockets. So if someone asked me for more tip, I would tell them to talk to the hand. I think the problem with tipping culture right now is that people are demanding it, and it's really creepy and weird. And it's for things that are just strange. Now, I didn't ask to be tipped as a ghostwriter. That just started happening. It was outside of my control, and then clients came back and were like, oh, we really liked your work. Here's a tip. And I was like, oh, okay. But I don't need to be tipped. However, I will say this. I wrote books for my clients, and some of those books I checked went on to be very popular for their particular niche. And I know that the air quote author is reaping like revenue, constant revenue from those books, and I'm not seeing any of it. So getting that tip was nice. Yeah, Ben, the expectations are sometimes really whack. But once again, that might be an American thing. In Canada, no one is verbally telling you. Okay, so Canada is kind of like New Zealand or England, but just a little bit louder. It's like you can imagine Canada to be like a mix between America and England in terms of personality and cultural kind of representation. Deck, for some girls, it is. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so Wooly says it's never demanded, it is implicit. Yeah, that's kind of like in Canada. It's kind of expected. You usually give 10%. Some people give 15. Poor people give 5. Or if you hate them, then you give 5 or none. Okay, that's weird. Why would you tip a dress? That's weird. Oh my gosh, Ben Kent makes sausage rolls. Ben, can you send pictures of these scones and sausage rolls? Just curious. No, don't send. No, don't send. No. Oh, gee. No. Oh gosh. Oh, party. Oh, dear me. I'm like blushing over here. No. Yeah, you got it right, Wooly. I think both guys and girls would appreciate a person when they bring a pizza in their hand, for sure. Or sausage rolls. I don't know. Is a sausage roll a piggy in the blanket? That's what I want to know. Oh, Yalla, are you addicted to Asmon's clip channel? Because I am. There was that one clip where they showed him in that nurse's outfit. His legs were so long and skinny. It was hilarious. His editor was like, yeah. Wait a minute. Is Ben sharing pictures of his sausage rolls? Is this a piggy in the blanket? I'm trying to find out, everyone. No, it is not. It's something else. What is it? It might be, though. It's like a piggy in the blanket on crack. What does it look like baked? Oh, Shay is so bamf. She just, like, put in so much stuff here. Okay. I will have to look through it, Shay. That is crazy. Okay. That's just so much sausage. Okay, you know what? Stop. That came out wrong, everyone. Chat. It was a mistake. Oh no, this was a deep mistake. Okay, this is when she knew she fucked up. Okay, we need to find React material. We need to look at Gen Zs. Oh look, Gen Zs and millennials are fucked. Okay, so if we click on here, okay, let's click on here. Let's go down to the original. Is there original? No. Okay. That's a loss. Well, Wooly, I mean, maybe it's the new meta. They just haven't found it yet, Wooly. Yeah, Minh, mistakes were made. Apologies, everyone. Apologies. I'm just curious if it is Piggies in the Blanket. Have anyone here ever heard of Piggies in the Blanket? Or is Party and I the only people here? Anyone? Piggy in the Blanket is what Party is at night. Cack W.
Wait.
Sister savagery has now commenced. What? There's a VTuber that does a cooking show while talking without stop and getting bullied by her. What? Yeah, Piggies in the Blanket are like your sausage rolls, but like terrible and super cheap, but so yummy. Is it in a blanket? It's in a blanket. It looks like this. Oh, Shay knows. Here we go. So this is Canada's Piggies in a Blanket. Maybe this is anathema to other people. What is that? That is wild. That does not look good. That looks scary. No, 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 no. You have to use real sausage. You have to use real sausage. Yeah, Ben. Yeah, yeah. Maybe yours is just a better version of it, like a gourmet version. Oh no, Minh. Yeah, I don't know what to say about this, okay? There's like cheap kinds. Oh, this is pigs in a bacon blanket. I think my aunt made this and I nearly died. I nearly died from heart failure. Minh was excited to see little piggies in an actual blanket. That's what they wanted. But yeah, okay. Yes, Ben. So okay. So if I click on one of these, so these little golden things around them are actually quite light. They're not super heavy. They're quite light and puffy. But the questionable quality is the meat on the inside. Some people just put in hot dogs, and it's scary. Sausage rolls are better. Okay, Good Music Stankface is a Canadian. He's weighing in. We need to do a sausage roll party. We gotta just find it. Yeah, it's kind of like croissant dough, Ben. Yeah. Watch it and react to her cringe. Okay, which cringe are we reacting to? What is this? Okay, so basically sausage rolls are better. We'll just try to find it. VTuber in Discord. Okay, yeah. Okay. So I am going to, okay. I'm going to speed run my, wow, look at that. I'm speed running my Discord here so nobody gets doxxed. Okay. I'm going to go up to, is it in content requests? No. General chat? Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay, let's pause this here. All right, so we're gonna stop this too chill music that is in danger of making me fall asleep. And we're going to survive. Wow. Who does not have YouTube Prime? Okay, so this is a VTuber who is, wait a minute, what is this? Okay, let's see. We might not watch all of this, but let's see what this is about.
Terrifying me right now. What is going on?
I got this. Is she cooking? I am a chef.
What are you doing?
What's up, everybody? We're back with another cooking collab, and guess who I have with me today? It's Matara.
Yay! Hi, honey. I am Matara Khan, Vshoujo's newest debut, and I am so happy to be here with you, darling.
Is okay. I gotta stop here for a second. Already pausing. Okay, sound is too low. How about now?
Say a little bit about the dishes, or do you wanna?
Yeah.
I don't wanna steal your thunder.
No, go.
Let's start with the appetizer. So you wanted us to have an appetizer dish, and then a main meal dish, and something I really.
Okay. So what I'm going to actually do is
I got this.
what about now?
I am a chef.
What are you doing?
Okay.
What's up, everybody? We're back with another cooking collab, and guess who I have with me today? It's Matara.
Yay! Hi, honey. I am Matara Khan, Vshoujo's newest debut, and I am so happy to be here with you, darling.
Okay, I'm pausing here because in my head, all VTubers have like the super choopy little voice. Desu. But this white-haired chick with crazy gold eyes has a really deep voice. She's giving me like drag queen vibes. Is this a thing? She made Asmongold's $2 steak before? No way. Party, have you heard about Asmongold's $2 steak?
Yes.
Yeah, see, even Party, who has never...
You told me about it.
Oh, was I the one? Okay, she has heard about it, but only because I told her.
Weren't people like horrified by it?
Most people were horrified by it. I didn't mind.
I just googled it and read it.
Oh, Party's going down the $2 steak.
Asmongold's $2 steak video.
It's a fascinating $2 steak video. I watched it, like, in its entirety, unironically.
You watched it, but you... Okay.
I don't know. I will say this. Party is an amazing cook. In my head, they're all men. Yalla, you may not be wrong. Is a wine ant or a vodka ant. Pick your poison. Oh, Guga Foods. Okay, so Epic. I watched this one channel who is like, air quote, like amazing chef, and he was looking at it. And I think Josh, this other guy on YouTube, also looked at it. Yeah, it was a lot of people were looking at Asmongold's $2 steak because they were like, this can't be real, but it was real. It continues to be real, apparently.
Can I say a little bit about the dishes, or do you wanna?
Yeah.
I don't wanna steal your thunder.
No, go.
Let's start with the appetizer. So you wanted us to have an appetizer dish, and then a main meal dish, and something I really love, something that I talk about a lot, is oysters. I love oysters. I always think it's a really easy appetizer. You just shuck them. You have a little bit of champagne or white wine. I did initially want a cheese plate.
Right.
But you did explain that it might be a little bit harder to get like the good charcuterie, the good cheeses. So how about that? Next time we'll do a cheese plate. I'll be there and we can do an in-person cheese plate.
Yes, part 2, guys. I see you shrimping and...
Okay. I have questions here. You see these hands, these gloves. Are they belonging to purple hair chick or white hair chick? Curious minds need to know.
Plate.
Yes, part 2, guys. I see you shrimping in my chat. You think you can hide yourself so easily from the eye of Sauron that is my mod? Well, actually with today's sponsor ExpressVPN, luckily you can't. Keep what you're watching private and away from prying eyes so you can finally
turn
browse
down
and
the
enjoy
volume a
what
bit
you're
for the
watching
sponsor
comfortably.
ad.
Not only will
Just
ExpressVPN
temporarily.
help protect your browsing history, you can also get first
Minh
dibs on
says
all the hottest
one
new
can
animes
only
in
wonder
Japan. Wanna catch up on the latest
the
episode of
purple-haired
Free
girl.
Run, or
Okay.
even the newest season of Spy Family? Netflix JP has those titles
Yeah,
for you.
there's
Tap
a
one
lot
button to
of
turn it on,
water
and poof, all your
inside
browsing
those
activity
boobs.
will
There's
be
no
sent through an
muscle,
encrypted server,
no
so
mammary
nobody,
glands.
not even your boss, partner, whoever owns your Wi-Fi can see anything. So protect your online privacy today and get the most out of your streaming services. Go to expressvpn.com/onigiri
Really? So
for
she used to be
free
like a
3 months.
like
That's expressvpn.com/onigiri for
like a
full
regular streamer.
quarter of the
Okay.
year. Free
But
of
then she
charge.
became a
What are you
VTuber.
waiting for? Get back to shrimping.
Kitty, you got me
Do you know
3 oysters.
when she was a flesh
That's it?
tuber
I
epic,
thought
whether
you were going all out.
her
I thought you were
badonkadonks,
making money in
if
Japan.
she had them?
I
Okay,
ate
it was a
the
bit
other
loud.
250.
Okay, so
Is that the story when you went to the market? Did you eat? Show me. They look like really big boys. Oh my goodness.
First and foremost,
I just wanted to know. Yeah, well, I mean, Party and I have been blessed. Right, Party? We've been blessed, naturally speaking,
In what way?
in the chesticle region.
Oh. Yeah.
So for both of us, sometimes watching badonkadonks boobies it's a bit eye rolling for us.
It's hard because having boobs that are not small, when you see the physics of big boobs on girls that are like sticks,
Yeah.
it's so enraging because it's
Yeah.
like not real.
Yeah. Yeah. So in case people can't hear, it's the physics of it, especially on a twiggy body. It looks weird from someone who is more naturally. Yeah. Let's just say the physics are not 100. Well, they could be.
It's like exaggerated.
It's a bit exaggerated.
Yeah. Like,
Shall I
it's
say.
not unreal. It's just like they don't.
Let's just say if you have big boobs like that, okay, so like if we're looking at some of these girls here, like if you have big boobs like that, you want a lot of support, and that's going to actually push you in, and you're not going to actually want to move around that much because it actually puts stress on your back. Exactly, Wooly. Yeah. Yeah, Yella. It's pretty random. We'll probably not survive more than a couple minutes of this. Yeah, and I think there are a lot of bigger girls who might feel like being a VTuber is a bit more removed, so they don't feel like people making comments about their body isn't as personal epic. So maybe that's why they go into VTubing for sure. Epic is like stalking VTubers. Yeah. Okay, so where am I skipping ahead to, Wooly? Where am I skipping ahead to? Am I skipping to this part? I'm not sure where I'm skipping ahead to. The final part?
of getting.
Do you see the muscle? Okay, do you see the thing at the top? Wait. Do you understand now what I meant when I said try to scrape the muscle? Do you get it?
Running a small business can be tough, but with ClickUp, you can easily manage your team's tasks and timelines in one app. Using our Gantt chart feature, you can map out your team's tasks and set dependencies to ensure everyone is
Yeah. I'm a static
So
2D
Do you
student.
get it now? So
I
wait,
thought about doing like a more moving one, but with like my yes, with one facial yeah, I have one facial expression. Should I animate my icon?
100%.
Should I animate my unimpressed face? Maybe I should. I'll just go to Fiverr. Here's my thing. Can you transform it into a VTuber? Yeah, make her. Yeah, but should I put like big boobies?
That's what I'm saying. Like, make her into like a VTuber hoe, but like
Okay.
super unimpressed.
Okay. Chat. Put a poll up. Can you put a poll up? Are you able to?
I've never done a poll in here.
We have 11 people here. Have you found poll or no?
No.
Maybe you don't have it. Maybe you don't have.
Do you have it on your end?
I can
I
try.
don't see a poll.
Start a poll. Okay. Do we make Chieko a moving animated VTube with big boobies but unimpressed ugly face? Start poll. Wait a minute. Did that go to the right one? I wonder. Or maybe not. Slash poll. No.
Oh wait.
Wait a minute. I think I'm in the wrong chat.
Big titties, but still 2D flat.
This is just testing the sound. Going into my YouTube studio. This is so unprofessional. I don't even know where my chat went.
Did you pop it out?
Nope. No.
Minh. That's nice.
That's very kind of you, Minh. I'm voting yes. Okay. This is terrible. This is a terrible stream. I don't even know. Where did my live chat go? My live chat disappeared. What if I put poll in here? No, this is like, oh man. Google it. Okay, I can't believe I'm in here doing this. Ah, man. Google, YouTube, how to run poll in stream. Click on create a poll icon in the left of the chat window.
Learning as we go.
Okay. Okay. So then here, view my channel.
That's nice. They're going on the journey with you.
Live. Well, I have very kind people who are just too nice. Okay. All chads. Okay, here we go. I think I got it. Okay. So I'm going this route. Okay, so the poll is, do I animate a 2D VTuber type avatar with big boobies but unimpressed face.
You're gonna attract a very different crowd.
There we go. We got a poll. We have 10 people in this chat. What are we going for here? These 10 people are determining the future.
4 votes, 100%.
Oh, this is sad. But let's move this over here just in case I need to run another poll. How's it looking so far? 4 votes.
Yep.
Well, maybe I can go look on Fiverr or something. So we got 4 out of 10. We'll just leave the poll up for a little bit. Just because, like, we could do it a bit animated. I just don't want it to be too cutesy.
Your face.
The boobs are going to be more animated than my face. I think that is what we want to do.
Uh-oh, 6 votes. All yes.
Resting bitch face. Jack. You know, I'll have you know that that was the face that I wore when I worked at the coffee shops. We need a campaign poster for team animation. Big booby ghostwriter Denise Twilight. Oh, that's we're crying over here. For real. I have so much I could say about Twilight. Or 50 Shades of Grey. Did you know I got a secondhand copy from Value Village for it? Did you pull?
Did I answer?
Yeah.
Of course I did.
Oh my god. Did you say yes? How's the poll looking?
Oh, someone said no.
Oh, someone said no. Oh.
The real moral.
Somebody came in. Someone's going. Someone's going, hell no. Oh, Wooly knows. Wooly knows. I wonder who it is.
Uh-oh. 8 votes.
So maybe
The
2.
no percentage is going down.
Uh-oh. We got 8 votes in here. Unimpressed. Someone needs to be banned. It's like Among Us. It's like, who is Among Us? But you know what? Maybe we should consider some form of animating my features. I mean, my boobies. I want to see them zonkers. Only because I like the original. You have fun with... Aw, Shay. You're so supportive. You know, I want to keep my unimpressed, very simple face because that's what my soul feels like. When I see them ruining good characters all across the board. That is the face I wore. Animate some features. Yeah. Yeah. But I mean... okay, so here's the thing. We're watching this crazy... I'm going to turn it down a bit, right? And just look at them working on this creepy...
You have to just keep scraping up to find the muscle.
I just think
that, right?
shellfish
You
is
saw the
kind of...
muscle
I don't know.
pulling
It's not
back
my
when
thing.
you opened it.
Maybe other people in chat love shellfish. I'm just like...
Wait.
I did
You
it.
actually rinsed the oyster in
If
the
we're
water?
watching
No,
this,
you
there's
didn't.
no sound, by
There's
the
a
way.
little
If
bit
you're
of
wondering,
shards
oh
in
my
there.
gosh,
I
there's
just
no
wanted
sound.
to-
Oh my god, what about the
There is
oyster
no
juice?
The next, okay, this one will be practice. Okay, next one. Okay, now that I'm a little bit
Did
more
I mess
confident.
something up?
Yeah, you get it now, right?
Open, motherfucker.
There we go.
Let me enter your beautiful
In-
jewels.
In the...
Let me see those beautiful jewels. Okay, I've plucked apart another piece of the shell. Don't tell the chat or Oni, bro. But it's a
Oh,
secret,
do you think
okay?
it's like if a
I'm
Scottish
listening.
fold were
You know how
human?
when
Aw,
Oney Girl
Shay,
gave
you're
me the screwdriver?
so kind.
It was like
The one you have reminds me of Angela Anaconda for some
and
reason.
Yeah.
see now
Maybe the
how
color
it,
of the face.
It's not so black
So here's
anymore.
here's the truth, and Party will tell you.
Pages
Although I get some
inside
pink
the
cheeks,
oyster.
usually I'm
It's
actually
a
quite
secret,
pale.
okay? Don't
You know
tell
what? You know
them.
what?
2D
I heard.
boobs
I
are
heard
not
eating
essential.
paint chips
Aw,
is good
thanks,
for the
everyone.
human body.
But I do think
Also,
maybe
I'm
I should
scraping.
aim
I'm
a little
scraping.
bit.
I feel like it's loosening, but it's not really like opening. It's just kind of.
You know, you
The
gotta
bowl
tease
does
it a little
not
bit.
lie.
I've
Gotta
been
foreplay with
teasing
it a
at
bit.
this for like
I think-
40 minutes. It's
I
such
just
a.
don't know
Okay,
if I can
no.
I can't do
You
this kind of
basically
content, you know
went
what I mean?
and teased
I'm
it
just
for like
too
3
serious.
seconds, and you're just expecting it to
Yeah.
open sesame.
Mom,
You haven't even
why
tried
is it so
flirting. You haven't
slow?
even
I'm just
tried being
creeped out
like,
by shellfish. I'm
hey,
not
you're
gonna
looking
lie. Like, don't
gorgeous
get me wrong.
tonight.
I did
Take
it.
me out to
Oh, I
sashimi.
knew brute. No,
There
I'm
we go.
kidding.
Okay, wait, don't brute force it. Use the
Yeah,
scrape.
yeah, yeah. What
Okay.
you can.
Okay. What is this even? You know, if I want this kind of editing, I should just ask my littlest brother. I think our littlest brother could give me this kind of editing. But I just think it's a bit schizophrenic. Like it's so like disjointed and stuff. But that's just me. Yeah.
You might want to turn the video up or down.
Wait a minute, what's chat saying?
Like we can't hear you because we can hear both the video and
Okay, wait 1 second.
the
Let's
video
see.
at the same time. So you're talking and so is the video.
Okay, so we'll say no. We'll turn this down. I'm gonna pause it for now. Okay. The jank stream is here. I'm sorry, everyone. Woolly Ram says, I tried shellfish twice. Not my thing.
What is shellfish? Is it like
It's like that creepy, soft thing inside of a clam.
what?
You know, you slurp it out.
No, that's not shellfish.
I'm pretty sure it is.
Oh, so yeah, it's a general term. It includes
Yeah.
shrimp, crayfish, crab, lobster, clam, scallops, oysters, and mussels.
Yeah. But you are perverted, so you like shrimp.
I like shrimp. I actually like mussels and crab. So some of it's good.
Is everyone hydrating? Yes, I'm an ambitious person with tech. Here, I'll show everyone something. So this website is my, this is my, these are my video games. I've been developing, like I've been studying how to program for a little bit. So these are like little things that I made. And this one here was pretty fun to make. It was pretty cool. Very, very simple. And then this one here is my second favorite that I made. And basically you are trying to click on the holes that have worms in it. And if you click on the hole that doesn't have a worm, your bird will lose health. So I have tech issues, but I am someone who has ambition. So think about that for a minute. It's very, I'm in a very weird position. I've never thought about streaming, but this is something that I've been working on for a little while. And yeah, so there you go. I did this all on Unity actually, and I've been thinking about switching to Unreal because of the Unity fiasco. Because Unity has been behaving really weird. So the next 2 games I'm going to put out will be on Unity, and then I'll consider switching to Unreal. Oh my gosh, cicadas taste like shrimp? Oh, no. Yeah. So I'm pretty hopeless. Let's say Minh, I'm pretty slow at learning. Party is much more quicker for sure. I think I'm showing my age as well. I'm graying. And I'm a spaz. I'm a spaz.
Aren't you like also kind of dyslexic too?
Am I dyslexic? I definitely have some kind of a learning thing, but they didn't test me because back in the day it wasn't as common to test for stuff like that. So our mom was just like, you know, oh well, she'll learn.
Well, you pick it up. Like you're very smart. It's just
Yeah, I have to compensate.
It might take you a little bit longer.
Yeah.
The learning curve is just a bit steeper, but
Yeah.
you get it always.
Yeah. So it's pretty crazy. But yeah. I don't know. Well, at least we now know that we can consider maybe not doing cooking, but we can consider doing a 2D a 2D character just for lols. But I'd still keep my regular icon for my YouTube videos maybe. Is everyone how is the poll? Maybe I should close down the poll.
I guess so, yeah.
We have 9 votes. 9 votes. Thank you to everyone who silently voted. We'll probably do for fun some kind of hilarious 2D avatar at some point. But for now, we will just do our simple one. And then at some point, I shall look into an option for an animated one with boobs. But it will be ironic.
It'll be tasteful.
It will be tasteful. And it will be ironic. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, so I'm actually just studying programming. So this is very, very simple stuff. Very, very simple. Like I'm sure if you looked under the hood, you'd probably want to run screaming for the hills. But yeah. Okay. Oh, Ben. A chest full of treasure. Like IRL. Men, we all know where you're going. So thanks to Shay, we have some material, some WoW material that I will probably announce. and I don't know. I'm trying to look at something that think is interesting. But the reality is like a lot of the stuff I watch is sometimes it's about MMOs, and then sometimes it's about like things like Diablo 4 or Arcade or things like that. You could see that I don't always click on stuff that has to do with politics, because I think politics is a bit depressing. But oh, that's okay, Minh. That is okay. You voted, Ben. Your vote has been cast. You cannot take it back now. Yeah. I just like listening to people who know what they are doing yap about stuff, honestly. I liked a video on Discord you can watch from Asmon clips, says Yalla. Ooh, Yalla. Okay, I'm going to go look. Once again, we're going to speed run Discord. Oh, okay. All right, so, well, yeah, we'll let that play. Let's see here. Oh, it looks like I gave it a thumbs up, so this may not be a first for me. So let's put captioning on it, just in case.
Okay, let's see here. What just happened?
Bro, if you're a guy right now and you're doing this, you're gay, okay? Just so you know.
Yeah.
From the start,
Yeah.
okay?
I know.
Nah, you guy, bro, you guy.
No, brother, I'm not gay.
Oh,
What are you talking about? I'm not gay.
What? Yeah, can I get your Instagram though?
My Instagram.
Yes, your Instagram, you're really cute. You're really
Oh,
handsome.
thank you. Yes, I got you, brother.
Okay,
I send you
so
now,
I'm
yeah?
going to be
You like
honest,
my-
everyone. I actually have
course.
watched Vlad. Asmongold.
Yo, how much per month? How much per month?
Look at Asmongold's face.
I'm so straight, I could suck a dick and it wouldn't be gay. It's just so good, isn't it?
I got
Okay,
you, brother.
but here's the
But
thing.
I'm not
Okay,
gay.
so all joking. Let's get serious for a couple seconds here. So I've actually watched a lot of Vlad, and Vlad basically temporarily catfishes men who are most of them are straight, some of them are bi, some of them are not. And you can see from Asmon's face that it's kind of like a horrified fascination. Right. Asmon is conflicted now. And yeah, like you could just see how I love his editor.
course.
His editor's peak content. The eyebrow reaction.
How much per month? How much per month?
They they hone in on his body. Like if he has any reaction, his editor knows. But you could see he's like
It's just so good, isn't it?
Exactly, Yalla. You can see how his brain is working. It's hilarious. But here's the thing. I was showing it to my sister's husband. some of Vlad's clips, and he didn't feel quite comfortable with it. And I think there's some guys who don't feel comfortable with what Vlad does. How does chat feel about it? Like, it's funny to watch it happen to someone else, but what does chat think about it? Just getting a bit serious here, as per usual. Yeah, so Wooly, when Asmon was wearing the nursing outfit, and you could see his legs. His legs are kind of like his hands. He's like very fine. So like if he got really buff, he'd probably be very Tom Hiddleston like, very like tall and slender, which is yeah. Yeah, Yella. Yeah. Yeah. Asmon has gorgeous hands. He has really, really lovely hands. And like I said, when he was wearing the nurse's outfit, his makeup was horrific, but he has really nice legs. Yeah. Well, and also Epic, there's Freud came up with a term, I believe, where it's called heimlich and unheimlich. Have you ever heard of the concept unheimlich? It's this idea of what is familiar and what is not familiar, or the familiar has an unfamiliar side. So like everyone knows about boobs, but what if the woman took her top off, instead of, normal nips, there were eyes? So that's unheimlich. So like heimlich is like what you expect, and unheimlich is the unexpected that arises from the shadow of the expected. Another example, I think, of unheimlich is used often in Gothic literature to denote like the home and then the shadows that are found within the home. Did anyone ever hear about that? So,
Not me.
So there was a time when Mary Shelley and Byron and Percy Shelley, they were all hanging out together near that famous lake in Switzerland. And there was like atmospheric disturbances, and they were telling each other ghost stories by the campfire. And Percy Shelley looked over at his young wife and then screamed and ran out of the room. And they finally like hunted him down. They were like, bro, what was up? And he was like, I had an image of her in my head, and instead of her nips, there were eyes. And it was this whole idea of like body horror. Yeah, like Wooly said. Yeah, Yella. I think Vlad really hides it well. But I think some men, it's like I said, it's the expected versus the unexpected. It's the heimlich versus the unheimlich. And maybe there's something to be talked about in terms of insecurity or things like that. It's just very fascinating how some men recoil. But then maybe part of it is like them just being extra, right? Because it's Omegle, right? Yeah, Asmon has very nice hands. For someone who looks homeless, he has very nice hands and legs. Two meters tall. 2 meters. I'm like that GIF woman with all of the calculations. What's 2 meters? Is that like something 5 inches? 6 feet, 5 inches? 2 meters tall.
calculating?
Wooly's height. He
Oh,
says he's
Wooly.
over 2 meters tall.
Wait, what? Hold on, Google this.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Wooly. We are Canadian, but Canadians are special. Has anyone seen the Canadian?
Shit.
Oh,
2 meters?
he said 2 meters. Maybe he's
That
lying.
Can't be real. 6'6", basically?
6'6"? Well, I mean, isn't Liam Neeson 6'7"? Liam Neeson height.
What in?
Yeah, Liam Neeson's 1.93 meters. So that's like almost as tall as Wooly.
Well, our brother's 6'4", so.
Yeah.
Or 6'3".
Has anyone seen the Canadian measurement meme? Canadian measurement meme? Has anyone seen this? This is a real thing, by the way. This is not a joke.
Now we need to dress Wooly up. That's a woman.
Yeah, do it as like Vlad. He's the new Vlad. Oh, this meme is going to be so hard to read on this computer or on any computer. Oh, Lord. Not Facebook. Get out. Oh, the blur on that. Oh, holy moly. No. Let's see. Will we be saved? Oh, here we go. This is how Canadians measure. So let's say we're measuring distance. Is it your height? If it is your height, we use imperial. If it is not your height, is it a long distance? If it is a long distance, yes. Then is it a place you're going? No, then you use metric. Yes, then you use time. But if it's not a long distance, if it is related to work, if it's not related to work, you use metric. But if yes, you use miles. So this is literally in Canada. This is not a meme. This is actually real, right? Pretty real, right? Because when we're cooking, for example, temperature, we always talk about it in Fahrenheit, but otherwise we're talking about use Celsius, except pool temperatures, and then we talk about it in Fahrenheit. Like this is too real. Like this is reality in Canada. This is. You didn't think it was that complicated?
I didn't realize it was that complicated.
Do you realize it now?
Still not. I'm just living my life.
Look at the weight. Is it your weight? And if yes, you measured in pounds. But if no, you have to ask, is it heavy? And then if it's not heavy, it's in pounds. But if it is heavy, then it's in kilograms. That is a thing. I've seen people do that in Canada, IRL. Okay, wait a minute. So Epic is that tall. Oh my gosh.
Wait, what?
We are very real?
Minh is saying you're not real.
Maybe Minh is saying Epic is not real.
Nope. Minh literally said, WTF is a system Canadians not real, man.
Oh. Yeah, Minh, it let's just say I'm sucking it right now. Minh is like struggling. Yeah, Canada is on a whole other level. Canada's like yeah, it's rough. Oh, good music is half French. Oh, not half French. Thank you very much. Epic is like, oh, I'm not tall. I'm only over 2 meters. Actually, Party and I are taller than average for females, which is a nice thing sometimes, but not good when you're working in workplaces that are intended for very short people. Poor Epic.
I was just saying, rip Epic's love life.
Okay, Minh, you said that if Epic talked to you, he got to go on one knee, right, Minh? Is that what you said? Let's hear this from Minh, because it sounds like Minh is probably like a little bit shorter, right? Minh is realizing that every time he's typing, it's coming out. Yeah, Minh. Yeah, the French, and no, it's not just the French, it's America. Because we're so close to America, we end up taking on a lot of their stuff. Aw, Minh, don't worry about that. I wouldn't worry about that. Some of us are actually okay. Okay, should I ban my own mod? Should I demote? Mod beating up on fan? Oh no. Oh, this chat is raging right now. This is on fire. Chieko demotes mod. Chieko was banned and the mod is demoted.
The stream just dies.
The stream just
It
dies.
stops.
Oh, okay. I will go and look, Ben. I will go and look then. Thanks for alerting. Okay. IRL. Oh, okay. Okay. So that's all right. Judge Bergan. Ooh, okay. So we got actually a bunch now. So we have this speech, and then we have 1.0 to 1.25 B story.
Ah, our vagrant princess. Swift has your lust for...
Just drag it up in here. In Minecraft. Poor Minh. It's okay, Minh. We love you. Oh. Ethys Asher was one of the main lore guys. Along with Anonymous, he stopped making by Endwalker, though. So, like, he just didn't make any more lore videos? Interesting. Well, sometimes people move on with their life, right? So let's see. Let's exit out of that because that was destroying our lives. So we have Asmon realizing that he's gay. He's realizing this now after his nursing outfit. Asmongold bald. Yeah, that can happen. That can happen. I should take notes from Ethys then. Because I do want to get into more Final Fantasy XIV lore. I think I would love to like do breakdowns and things like that. I am planning on doing some coverage of lore for some dungeons and like my take on the early dungeons and stuff. So that's coming up. I'm also going to be talking about Rings of Power. Let's see, what else do I have planned? I want to do a coverage, an in-depth coverage of BFA properly once I play a bit more to let's say level 25 or level 50, stuff like that. So we have Ethis Asher, and then we have this Judge Bergan's epic speech. Ooh, okay. I'll take a look. I'll take a look at Ethis. Well, this one is Final Fantasy VII, Judge Bergan epic speech. It's a short one, so let's take a look and let's break down and see what we got here. And then before I do that, I'm going to make sure that everyone has high desktop audio. And for some reason, I'm not able to hear the audio. It's a bit weird, but it is what it is, I guess. Oh, is that oh my gosh, Final Fantasy XII. It's my bad. Final Fantasy XII. That is probably the state of my mind today. I've been up since 7:30, so if weird stuff comes out of my mind, oh gosh. Okay, I'm going to try to apply my writing brain to this. So let's see what's happening in this scene. It's a short one, so we'll go through it.
Our vagrant princess.
Our vagrant
Swift has your lust for revenge led you to the Sword of Kings.
Oh.
You will surrender it to me. Too late, and to their sorrow do those who misplace their trust in gods learn their fate.
There it is again.
He's possessed properly. Is it possession?
Fran, I don't like the look of that.
This mist. He holds a stone.
It's a stone.
It controls him as it did
That was
Nhiên.
familiar.
No, the power of manufactured nethicite is the power of man. A weapon forged by his wisdom who would challenge the gods themselves. A fitting blade for a true dynast king. Wraithwald did but pretend the title, a cur begging nethicite scraps from his master's table. Hark! Evilise hails her true dynast king, Vain Solidor. He shall defy the will of the gods and see the reins of history back in the hands of man. His time is nigh! The new Evilise holds no place for the name down Masker. The stain of Wraithwald's blood shall be washed clean from history's weave.
Does any of this look familiar? Party? It should.
Says, Swift has your...
If you're talking while it's playing, I can't hear you.
Okay. No.
Also, is this Final Fantasy? I wasn't paying attention.
Yep. Wait a minute.
Is this Ishgard?
Can you hear me on the microphone though?
No, not really. If you're talking throughout the video, no one heard you. It was like loud.
Okay, yeah, no, that's fine. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to turn this down. I'm going to play it through, okay? Okay, so let's go through it because I've not played it, so this is me going in blind here. First off, I want to say that if you see here this word vagrant princess, so what I often really like about the writing with Final Fantasy XII is that or any Final Fantasy, really. They really know how to write their medieval lines. So look at this beauty right here. If it will let me. Swift has your lust for revenge led you to the Sword of Kings. So we go back. Swift has your lust for revenge led you to the Sword of Kings. So whether it's the translators who are just doing a really great job, or it's also the Japanese people who are doing a great job, but overall it has a strong medieval flair, which I really like. The aesthetics are clearly medieval. He's killed somebody. Everyone's freaking out. Here's another great line. Too late, and to their sorrow do those who misplace their trust in gods learn their fate. I don't think I would put a comma there. Too late, and to their sorrow. Yeah, I would not put actually a comma there. I would take out that comma, but maybe I don't, maybe my punctuation knowledge is not correct, but I wouldn't put a comma in there. Too late into their sorrow do those who misplace their trust in gods learn their fate. So I'm just going to pause here and say, try not to foment. Basically, as of late, I felt like most people cannot write medieval writing at all. There's just this inability to elevate speech to sound old-fashioned, but for some reason, a lot of Final Fantasy games can just sound really medieval. Okay, so he's either possessed or he's using some kind of power. Okay. Party, check out that chick. Does she not look familiar? Two words. 4 syllables.
Oh.
Daddy Musty.
Oh, that bunny girl isn't she from Crystarium?
No, Daddy Musty.
Oh, Fran.
Yeah.
From Orban?
Yeah. This is based in Ivalice. Look, if we fast forward, here, no, this is Nethicite, so this is some kind of, like, probably some kind of power. A weapon forged by his wisdom who would challenge the gods themselves. A fitting blade for a true dynast king. Wrathwall did but pretend the title, a cur begging Nethicite scraps from his master's table. Wow. Beautiful language. They just really know how to, like, sell that medieval flair. Look at this. Ivalice hails her true dynast king. So this is based in Ivalice.
Whoa, the decorations are like Egyptian.
Well, almost like that final dungeon in Stormblood, or is it the secondary dungeon?
No, it's second, I think.
The second? Rabanaster? Okay, I'm now going to look at chat here. Yes. So from what I understand, so I know this is Wildin, but Final Fantasy Tactic Advance was what I did. And that is also based in Ivalice, and it was the first game to have Viera, if I recall correctly. So Tactic Advance was kind of where I knew Ivalice from, and that's also why I recognized Numo and Viera's in 14. But apparently, I guess from chat, the Ivalice that's in the in 14 is actually more related to 12. And yes, Party is very much into Mustadio. Don't ask these questions. Don't ask. Just smile and nod. Okay, so Yasumi Matsuno, he's probably amazing with his writing, right? But he must have really good English translators working with him. Because look at this thing here, okay? So if we go back here, weapon forged by his wisdom, who would challenge the gods himself. Fitting. Okay, Wraithwall did but pretend the title. A cur begging Nethicite scraps from his master's table. So that's the use of figurative language. We would call that, like, basically it's a form of a metaphor. But what you could see here is did but pretend. This is a very old-fashioned sentence structure, and they're just nailing it on the head. So not only do we have all of these people looking very, very old-fashioned and very, like, you know, in their own way, very fantastical and medieval. Although that chick over there looks kind of modern. I want that outfit for my cat girl. Please bring outfit from there over. Thank you. No, my cat boy wearing whatever that blonde boy is wearing. That'd be fantastic. Could you imagine Koa wearing that one outfit that the boy is wearing on the right, on the far right? If you look carefully, yeah, right? Yeah. Now, if you look carefully, the guy in the back reminds me of that one guy from Stormblood. Forget his name. Oh my lord, Party. Oh, good
it's
lord.
Real life. You have to show your role.
Oh. Everyone just leaves chat. Ivalise hails her true Dynas king, Vain Solidor. Great naming. Very, very timey-wimey. He shall defy the will of the gods and see the reins of history back in the hands of man. Once again, I don't think I would put that comma there, but this might be like fan subs or something like that. I wouldn't put the comma there. Should I play this game? Maybe I should play this game. Then I would enjoy Stormblood even more. The new Evelise holds no place for the name Dalmasca. Dalmasca is a definitely a name that's used in the Stormblood raids as well. The stain of Wraithwall's blood shall be washed clean from history's weave. Okay, so we have the history's weave thing again, because I feel like the weave has been often referred to in other Final Fantasies. So this might be like a lore thing that is often, like a figurative language that's often used. The biggest non-MMO Final Fantasy. Really? Okay. Okay. Wow. Final Fantasy 12, eh? I wonder, is it on, do you think it's on Steam? Dost thou thinkest it's on Steam? Is it called the Zodiac Age? Let's click on it. Will it even pick up? Oh, it's on sale. So it's Van and Ash. Okay, so these are all the names that were in Stormblood then. Lots of positive. Uninstalling the game because it's crashing. That's a hard trigger. The game literally plays itself. The story is mid. Probably has no understanding what a good story is, perhaps. I don't know. While I'm playing it, reminds me of 11. Okay, so this person says, you'll be better served playing the game without a guide and straight without trying to min-max. Okay. It's the same engine and style as 11. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't own a PS4 or 5 anymore, Ben, so I'd get it on Steam. Oh, that's interesting, Epic. So you think of a book when you hear the word weave. That is fascinating. Yeah, I think a lot of fantasy books use that concept of like fate's like the fabric of fate or the fate's tapestry or the weave, right? So when I see it being used well, I get excited. Okay. So maybe I should play it then. It's 60% off. I feel empowered. It's a Golden Week sale right now in Canada for everyone. Similar to Dragon's Dogma, Dark Arisen, and Hogwarts Legacy. Maybe in Discord I can also ask about Dragon's Dogma, because whenever I play it, I get sick. If you were to... Oh, that's a good question. If I were to advertise Final Fantasy XIV writing, which cutscene would I choose? I wanna Minh asking me this question that's gonna paralyze me. I'm like that lazy cat couch gif. Not where is it? One where you're on the couch, the dying one, the one that looks like it's depressed, but they call it the lazy cat one. This one. They call it lazy cat, but I refuse. So we're gonna show this. This is me. What scene am I going to choose?
So many cat gifs.
Because cats are amazing. They're the best.
Cats on couches looking really fat and lazy.
Well, I mean,
I know it makes sense, but I'm just like, holy.
Okay, so I'm going to try to think of a scene. There's so many good ones.
Probably some grandma now.
But I want to think about elevation. Like what?
Elevation.
Well, I'm trying to think of something that's just, you know.
Something in Endwalker, maybe? Or do you think you liked an earlier one?
Okay, Minh is adding some more stuff. It's an advertisement, so no spoilers. Okay, so it has to be within Realm Reborn. Or
Well, it could be from any of them, just not spoilery.
okay, I'm going to write down some of my favorite, and then I'm going to put spoilers, and I'm going to put non-spoilers. And for the spoiler ones, I'm going to use non-spoiler titles, okay? So I'm going to go, so for spoilers, off the top of my head, I'm going to go with a certain talk with a lady on an overlooking walkway beneath a blue sky. A certain speech by a young man with the embodiment of the antagonist. Okay. Young man with the metallic embodiment of an antagonist. Walking alone. The voices that speak to you as you walk alone. That's all I'm going to say. That's spoilers. That's the spoilers section. Okay, so now, so I want to advertise. And I want to get people interested. But I can only use A Realm Reborn to Stormblood. There's just so many that I find so fascinating. I think anytime Count Edmont speaks, especially when he's writing his journal, I just feel like Count Edmont's journal, his Heavensward journal, is just so iconic. And it's very powerful, and the way it's written is very strong and medieval. It has a very specific tone, and it could cover both A Realm Reborn and Heavensward to a certain degree because it has that old timey-wimey feel. Coils of Bahamut. With Grandpappy talking to grandkids. So I feel like the Realm Reborn trailer, with a Realm Reborn trailer extension. So where we see what exactly happens to Grandpappy. Louis Soir. Praise Velgar's memories. Ooh, such devastation. You know, Ben, that one part where Gaius Van Baelsar, and so we'll say Porta Decumana scene is cool because it does show like the devastation and the power of the magics involved. And post Endwalker, there's things that are going on in the scene that is not immensely obvious. So later on, it does matter. So that is pretty good. This is slightly spoilery, but the end scene of Whirlit, that was potent. The telling Count Entmont that Horshaphant died, that one was bad. And I think very beautiful, very meaningful. Hraesvelgar telling the truth about the past and the true Shiva. Tiamat. I feel like Tiamat is a very powerful story about a woman who loved her lover so much. It's kind of like Scarlet Witch, really.
True.
And went bonkers and got manipulated into doing something truly evil, which was resurrecting her beloved and summoning it. The Tsukiyumi. Oh, like, are you talking about Yotsuyu, Wooly? Because we could include Stormblood in here. So probably my favorite would be the passing of Yotsuyu and death of Asahi. And also there was this part where when Hien, I feel like I'm spelling his name wrong. I apologize, Hien. You're too hot for this.
H-I-E-N?
H-E...
No, I-E-N.
I-E-N. Just, but I feel like there's another E or I in there.
I-E-N.
Just H-I-E-N?
4 letters, H-I-E-N.
I cannot believe that. But anyway, when Hien talks to Lys, does anybody remember the little chat when Hien and Lys are stuck in prison as hostages and they're waiting for us to like get stuff out? Now, a lot of people hate Lys, right? Rightfully so. She's very annoying. But I feel like Hien was really wise. And Hien has this heart-to-heart with Lys. And I thought that moment was very weighty and interesting. Yeah, Ben, in the jail cell. Does anyone remember that? Like, Stormblood has really annoying moments, but there are some moments that are really strong. Like, they just feel weighty. Now, let's go back to Endwalker for a second. I'm going to put down here, this is completely, we're going to put here subjective. Okay, so I'm going to put down here subjective because this is very personal. And for that, I'm going to say the person I chose for the in visit. And everyone who's played Endwalker will know. Because I chose a certain person for an in visit. And it was at a period in time in my life where things were just really heavy and really tough. And the person I chose said some things that, oddly enough, I wanted to hear from other people in my life. And so it was oddly, I don't know, very comforting. Now, I think it's very subjective because different people chose different things. But for me, it was just very meaningful to me, and it would have sold me if I had seen it in a trailer. I'm trying to think of any scene from the beginning of A Realm Reborn. And I'm going to put in the introductions to the city-states. And I know that sounds crazy because you would think that would be like a real mood killer. But for me personally, one of the things that I struggle with is when people throw me into a place and expect me just to know everything or to intuitively understand it. And I think it's because I can't read the room very well IRL. So it's hard for me. So basically, I really liked how they took the time to swoop over the cities and have Louis Soix talking, right? So introductions to this with Louis Soix narrating. I like that. I like that part. And oddly enough, level 15 cutscene when you ride the airship for the first time and everyone comes to wave at you. And I really like that cutscene because it's your first taste of everyone grouping up to say, look how far you've come, look at all the people, look at all the friends you've made, look at all the people you know, and you feel like the world doesn't revolve around you, but it's a world that cares about you. Yeah, well, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's a good one, Ben. When Fordola sees what we've been through. That echoes later in Endwalker to a certain degree. Now, let's think about Shadowbringers. We're going to put Shadowbringers under spoilers only because I wouldn't want to really show it because Shadowbringers is so late. But all I would do is us walking toward Emmett and Emmett's speech before we fight him. Come, let us reveal our true faces. Graha. He doesn't stand alone. Or she doesn't stand alone. Throw wide the gates. Champions from beyond. I'm getting chills. From beyond the rift. Heed my call. Okay, so I'm going to be all real with everyone here, okay? I get to the end of Stormblood. Stormblood, the front part was for me. The end part was really good. I get to the post, the Stormblood post, and throw wide the gates start happening, and I just lost it. Like I put car into 200 kilometers per hour, and I just went, like I went, vroom. I went, yeah, eons become instant. We all lift together. Exactly, Wall. The world acknowledges your Wall, but does not revolve around him. This, I wish I could like put it on people's foreheads sometimes. Well, you are totally right. Woolly Ram. Absolutely. The Eon expanse, contract, Eon become instant, champion from beyond the rift, heed my call. Oh my gosh, shivers. Shivers. Also, I kind of want to put in Graha and Uriange's talk. Do you remember that part where they're talking and Graha's like, let your light shine? And Uriange's like having like mental seizures on the side because he can't. Oh, should we put in Moonbrita passing? Let's put in Uriange grieving Moonbrita. Let's put that in there because I know that a certain someone was deeply moved by Uriange's flowery speech. You know what? I'm going to put another one in the non-spoilers, okay? This is a weird one. Does anyone remember when you slay Thordan, and he sees you in black and white relief. Yeah, so this spoiler stuff would not always work, but I do think this would resonate. Like, I think this part here would resonate because it sounds mysterious and cool. And this could resonate if they just show the action, right? Like just show the walking toward Emmett. But once again, I don't know. Same thing with this one where they're talking on the walkway. It's a very warm scene. Would people fall asleep? Maybe. Yes, what are you? Yeah. What are you? Yeah. So I would do what are you? So Thordan sees you and you are in black and white relief. Has anyone ever thought about why the black and white relief happens? Has anyone thought about it? I've thought about it quite a bit. I have some theories, but what does chat think? Every now and then in the game, they'll show a character in black and white. What's your theory on why this is happening? What are people thinking? I have a theory, but Party, what's your theory?
Hmm?
Why do you think they sometimes show the Warrior of Light or some character in black and white only?
In like echoes?
Yeah, it's in the cutscenes. They'll show, like, they showed Xenos at one point in time only in black and white. They showed Thordan seeing you and asking you, what are you? And then you're in, like, just like black and...
like in the past or something? Or is it like... Well, it's obviously not like the normal echo, I guess.
It's not an echo. It's how they see you for a moment. Or how
So
you
it's
see
like
a
a
character. I don't know. It's a theory, right? We're theorizing.
Oh, I hate theorizing.
Party does not theory craft. It's very sad. It's a moral failing, really.
Ugh.
Any ideas? I'm asking you and chat because you're part of the chat.
Black and white.
Yeah. Why are they showing the black and white? Do I have to like look for it? Black and white Thordan
Like
scene.
to you, like as if you're there.
Yeah. It looks like this. Like it makes you, he's like, what? And then he sees you in black and white.
Hold on, the video's still. I don't know. It could be like if it's present day, then it would be like almost like almost like Voldemort and Harry, where you're like connected, kind of, and you see
Maybe.
like through like the crystal or the echo or something. I don't know.
It's okay, Minh. We support you. Protein ice cream. Epic.
She loves to have ice cream.
Ooh, what kind of ice cream?
It's lactose free.
Ooh. Oh, good question, Deck of Cardboard. So Xenos has a moment where he does this. We have a moment in Shadowbringers when Xenos, spoiler alert for the fight with Emmett. Shadowbringers, Hades fight cutscene. Such infernal power! Like that part. Ooh, we should try it. I would try it. Okay, so let's go here. Right here, watch. So we got, yeah, so right here. Da 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 da. Okay, coming in. There. Do you see that? Yeah, Minh, never apologize for stuff. Hey, Yella, don't worry. Don't worry. You can even just guess, honestly. We're theory crafting. I have a theory, but I'm just curious about what other people are. We can always move on to something everyone can talk about. This is a wild one. So this is my thought, okay? At first I thought more of epic. I thought it was about like our character being cool and having like an Asm moment, right? But then I noticed that other characters have it, like in this scene here. So I thought maybe it was like showing the intensity of the emotion. It's showing that extreme, like an extreme moment is happening. Like my sister's cat attacking my hand for pets. She's probably in a permanent black and white state because she's just like, I can't live without petting. There you go. There you go. Why do all would-be streamers have cats for pets? This is the real question. Pseudo-intellectual. Plato's allegory of the cave. Ooh. Polarity of dark and light made clear. I love some of these. The black and white images of stars in space. Well, if I'm correct, Epic Thulu, Asm is kind of, if you recall, Emmett's voice calls us shepherd to the stars. So, yeah. Oh, that's a good point, Ben. That's a good point. We could remove this scene entirely and just focus on the Emmett, on the Thordan and Xenos scene. But I have noticed that it does seem to be in moments of extreme tension or extreme emotion. So I always wondered if they were trying to show that this is a moment where like an extreme amount of, not like emotion in terms of like necessarily showing emotion, but like the intensity of the moment. So I don't know. It's really crazy, right? I am not sure. I mean, yeah, it's just really weird, right? But maybe this scene is just showing the dark and the light, just dark and light fighting, right? Because this is the super symbology of our light versus the dark. It's really wild. It's very weird. We just went down a potentially completely useless lore thing. But all this to say, okay, so if I was going to make like a little thing, I would start out with Louis Swan narrating a very short bit, just not too much. Just have him narrating like, this is the world of Eorzea. And then I would have us, that would be number 2. So number 1, Louis Swan. Number 2, us going on the airship and people waving goodbye. Goodbye. Then I would have... Okay, we don't really want to have Urianger grieving Moonbreeda because that's a bit... Then I would maybe go to... Where would I go after this? I would want to highlight the Scions. So I'm trying to think of a Scion scene. Maybe like the Scions. Oh, banquet. Hello. Post-banquet scene. Maybe. That's exciting. Like people running and then like air quote dying. And then it's out of context. So it would be spoilery, but not too spoilery. People would be like, what's going on? Maybe have Grandpappy talking over and then cut to him talking with the grandkids in coils. And then cut to Heaven's Word, have Count Edmont talking. And then have Hraesvelgar talking. And then I know people find Lise annoying, but I would put down Lise narrating the entrance into Kugane. Lise narrating the entrance into Kugane. I remember the city of blah, blah, blah. And then cut to these two scenes down here. Maybe something like that. It would be a longer thing. It wouldn't be short. Yeah. There's so many scenes, in short. In short, Minh, you have sent us on a journey. But it just shows you that there's so many strong things. And as much as your question asks us, what is a strong scene, right? Number one, there is a level where we could say that many scenes that are strong make a good story. But I also think it's the small things on the side that equally make a good story. Like Moonbreeda, or like that crazy old guy in the shed who's going crazy from midges and he's got PTSD from the war with Garlemald. I'm thinking about Ysayle. No child should die alone, should freeze to death alone in the snow, or what have you. Thou art strong, mortal, all of that stuff. So it's not, I don't think it's just one big scene that makes this game good. It's all of the small little things that you notice over time. So Party was replaying A Realm Reborn recently with her alt, and she came back to me and she was like, Ritatin's fight with his men. Yeah, can everyone hear her crying over there? Like, it really hit you hard this time, right?
I remember liking him before.
Yeah.
But it just hit so different because you see Nero and Livia's fight a lot because you do Castrum and Praetorium. But Rititin you just do once.
Yeah.
So you kind of forget like how passionate he was and courageous that he stood up like 2 more times after you defeated him to try, and he literally burns himself out. Like, it's so powerful. Anyway.
And all of his men rush out to protect him.
All like, we'll help you. And he's like, no. And you're like, I'm so sorry.
I gotta kill you all now.
Yeah, it's so sad.
Did anyone here do the Rititin solo duty? Like the new Cape Westwind? Has anyone here done that? Yeah, yeah, Wooly. I think that's what WoW is missing. Like if it wants, this is what I talked about in my WoW video. If it wants to build up and focus on interpersonal drama and look into politics, like intense politics, it needs to take the time. You have to take the time. Deck, you have not done the Ridditon solo. The new one is way better. Minh. The new Ridditon solo duty transforms his character. Like Party Sober was hit hard. It is like if you could hop in somehow and just do it, I would recommend once. Just doing it once. They make it hard and you beat him once and then he gets up and you have to beat him again and you're like, okay, this is done now. And then he gets up and each time he goes down, you realize like he really, really loves, like not in like a romantic way, but he really cares about Gaius Van Baelsar's vision. He's a loyal man. And halfway through your battles with him, other Garleans rush in to save him. And and then like it's just wild. Like they just show how much he was loyal to Gaius and then how his loyalty and his care for his men drove his men to literally like throw themselves on your sword basically to protect him. And then you kill him. It's like, am I the baddie? Yeah, that was Cape Westwind, which was hilarious. That was a good meme. So I did Cape Westwind, like the old one. And then I redid it. I redid the MSQ with my sister. And the new Ridditon fight is really good. Yeah, it is technically the new Cape Westwind deck. It's a solo duty though now. Like you can't, it's not a trial or whatever. How long could you sustain gushing about Gaius Van Baelsar? Is that a challenge, Wooly? Oh wow, Epic was going crazy in WoW. Yes, so Minh, later on in Endwalker, you're like, who's this bro? But, you know, if you do the solo duty, it fixes everything about Cape Westwind. Like, it's just, you feel for his character. You understand that Garlean society was terrible, but Gaius Van Baelsar represented a form of meritocracy that was rather wholesome. And I think Ridditon latched onto Gaius, and it was very, you know, yeah. How very glib. Interesting. I've never heard of class holes. Yeah, man, if you ever one day go back and do MSQ, I hope you will enjoy that fight. It was very, and my one brother who was doing A Realm Reborn, he got to that part and he was like, oh, I'm going to beat him. I'm going to one-shot him. I was like, okay. So he went in there. He was a Dragoon. He got sloppy, and Ridditon spanked his butt. He had to redo it. Oh. Well, that sucks. Yes, Ben, exactly. So then later on, when you see Whirl It, you're not like, oh, this is a major retcon. Like, it feels more thoughtful. I feel like how they went back and they transformed Ritatin makes him so powerful as a character, honestly. And of course, Party was like, he's the bro, and she's become like a new fan.
My adventure point literally reads Civ 4 Ritatin.
Oh, you should. 2 shields are better than 1. Yeah, you know, Minh, let's all be real here. Cape West one was really fun, but it was a meme, right? And I did Cape West one. My first Cape West one was, you know, the typical let's place markers all down to scare the sprout in the group. So later on, I was like, what? Who was that again? So I actually really appreciated the Final Fantasy XIV devs. They recognized A Realm Reborn needed to be tightened up and it needed to be clarified. So they knew it was their weak spot and they went back and they fixed it, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, woolly ram. Do men even have emotions? Don't they just like eat them? No, Ben, really? It was cutscenes. What? Oh, that's gross. I actually... When did they make it unskippable? I'm trying to remember when they made it unskippable. Was I playing when it was skippable or not? I wonder. Yeah. So for those people listening who have never played Final Fantasy XIV, Sorrow of Whirlit is what happens when you take Gundam Wing or Neon Genesis Evangelion and you mash it with a certain episode from Full Metal Alchemist, the Sewing Alchemist, I think, Tucker. And Little Orphan Annie. It's pretty messed up. Yeah. In case anyone's wondering, I'm eating ice cream, and it's Good Music's fault. So if Good Music is here, it's his fault. Because Good Music triggered Party Sober, and then Party Sober triggered me. So
That's really good though.
it is very good.
For lactose free?
For lactose free, this is very rich.
Mm-hmm.
They were like, we're going to add more richness in here somehow.
There's like a brownie portion to it that's like...
Yeah. Very good. Yeah. So this is my feeling, is like there's so many powerful scenes, so many beautiful scenes, so many scenes that hit me. Like, I'm not even writing down all the scenes that emotionally really hit me hard. But if I was going to sum up the game, I would also try to encapsulate those moments where you just find those little corners, those weird people. Oh, okay. So it was 2019. I'm trying to remember. whether I was playing in 2019. When did Asmongold start? Was that 2021? So maybe I came after that. Wow, Wooly, that is rough. You know, Party would have been raging. She would have been blacklisting people, probably. She would have been complaining somewhere. What do you mean you're leaving me behind? Isn't that wild? Is that Wildin?
That's such a dick move.
Yeah. Okay, so Party says, that's such a dick move.
I don't like those kinds of people.
Yeah, so 6.1, 2019. I don't know when I started playing. RIP. But it was around the Asmongold era. When is the Asmongold era? When did he go? Asmongold. FF 14. Let's see here. It's 2 years ago, 2021. So that's when I started. So when I came in, they had no cutscene skippers. Yeah, I mean, let's all be real here, okay? If you're doing poetic runs or tombstone runs and you're wanting to go into the Praetorium, let's all be real here. We have the music turned off, maybe. We have all of that turned off. And we're watching YouTube in between. Okay, so you still got to see the cutscenes. Well, that's good. Chocobo racing. Yes, Asmongold was 90% like inbreeding his chocobos to the point where they all had just one chromosome. I think that was the joke. One chromosome chocobos. And it was thanks to Asmongold that I started playing. I'm not joking. I saw Asmongold playing. I think I got to this part here where he chose his character. I think he was like going through, and I saw Catboys, and I was like, that's it. And then I watched a little bit further. So he got up to, where did he get up to? He got up to, yeah, so he got up to here, and do you see his hotbar? And I was like, I can manage that hotbar. I can play this game. It's for people who are slow learners, and I won't. I was a year late after Asmongold. Ooh, wow, Dick. Yeah, well, I mean, better late than never. Exactly, Wooly. That's what I do. I pop up on the chat and see if anyone can chat. Yeah. When I started the free trial, I went to level 35. Oh, wow. Yeah, when I started the free trial, only went up through Heavensward, but it was still pretty beefy. So I figured out really quickly. I was like, I'm in love. Yeah, Minh. It is pretty crazy because I don't even play WoW, but I kind of liked Asmon's content. And when I saw this one button, I was like, I can do this. Like, I can play this game. So I felt so confident when I saw him playing it. I was like, I think I could do this game. And I won't fail. So it was all thanks to Asmongold. And that's why I'm very grateful to him. Even if he doesn't play it now, it's okay. I'm very, very grateful that, you know, that I'd heard about it before, but I hadn't taken it too seriously. I wasn't sure. And then when he did his character creation, oh, check out his final, where is it? This is his final guy. Party. Check it out. What do you think? What do you think?
That's very singular.
Do you know what he called it?
What did he call him?
Asmongold bald.
He's not even bald.
He's balding, actually. Yes, it's very bad.
He made the character balding?
No, he is balding. He's hiding it, though. That's why he has the long homeless hair. Did you know?
No.
It's receding so bad, so he like combs his hair over. It's a whole situation, which is crazy because he actually can like grow a really good beard. So like, I don't know what his problem is.
Wait, why does he have long hair if
He's combing it over.
Oh, no, don't do that. That's not good.
It's working so far, but one day it's going to fail and it's going to look terrible. He works like he looks like he works at a local mechanics. Asmongold makes things look easy. Plug. This reminds me I probably need a new GPU for Dawn Trail. Okay, so Deck, you are right. Like, sometimes he makes things look easy, but sometimes he makes really stupid mistakes. And when he was clicking on the single button, I felt like I could do it. So I went in, I started the game, and I think I was a hero for like 10 minutes, and then I regretted. So I made a new character that was a cat boy, and then I never looked back. And oh, party sober. Yeah, okay. That's a meme. Asmongold, Xbox controller, hairline. Okay, this is peak content right here. Let's turn it up. Let's turn it up for party. Okay, party, this is your Asmongold. This is deep Asmongold lore. Okay.
Listen, guys, I feel like this one was probably photoshopped. Like, there's no way it's really that bad. Now, I don't want to show you guys my hairline. No, I'm just talking, you know, out loud. I'm just thinking out loud. That, I mean, like, guys, let's be honest. That is really bad. And like, it's me, right? Like, this is like, I have a Nintendo 64 hairline. That's what it is. Remember that? Where's the fucking Asmongold Nintendo 64? Yeah. So that's what the problem is right there. That is right there, exactly 100%. That's what the problem is, and I don't know what to do about it. Yeah,
Oh, no.
fuck.
Oh, no.
I wonder if there's like images.
That's what the problem is right there.
I can't talk. My hair is running away from my eyebrows as well. The head shaver. Embrace the head shaver, everyone. He plays everyman. I thought I could do WoW Legion Mage Tower challenges, and I've never felt so humiliated. Yeah, Deck, I get the feeling like he's a slow learner, but once he knows his stuff, it's like he's got it locked in, and he gets really good. That's my feeling, is that he's just a bit slower learner, but then once he gets it all, it's like he's really awesome. That's what I hope to be like one day. Well, Wooly, sometimes you just have to answer. Peak content. Get it? Peak. Widow's Peak content.
Oh, dear.
No, I did not know about the beanie hat with Asmon's hairline on it. Here's the thing, everyone. Okay, so I have 6 brothers. And my first brother started balding in his 20s. And let's just say he does not have Asmon's beard. Asmon has a beard. My brother has a baby face with no beard. He cannot grow a beard to save his life. He can grow a soul patch, and that's about it. So he's basically like an elongated billiard ball. But guess what? He has 5 kids and a really lovely wife. So, like, you know what I mean? It's not affecting him. And then my second brother, he's also got a receding hairline. When he tries to grow his mustache, he looks like a 70s serial killer. So, my family failed, number 2. But he still has some hair. It's just very thin, shall we say. Okay, let's go to boy number 3. Boy number 3 has tufty hair for now, but a receding foreline.
For now.
Tufty hair for
now. Our family watching this? What?
Okay, now let's be real here, okay? My own father is bald, kind of like a monk. He has a bit of a ring of hair, you know, behind the ears and around the back, and he can grow a beard. So my dad looks really good, but for the boys so far, the first 2 are lacking a little in the hair department and beard department. And then boy number 3, I don't even know. And then boy number 4 is got a receding hairline. He keeps it fairly short. He has a ginger beard, but it's like a neck strap beard. So it's on his neck and the bottom of his chin.
Wait, which one are we talking about? Isn't it like the last 3?
We're talking about boy number 4. He can't grow it on the front of his face, but under his face. It's the truth, you know it. But he's slowly losing his hair. It is what it is, okay? So that's boy number 4. Boy number 5, his hair is still going strong. He might be able to keep it together. We don't know yet. He's almost 30. Is he 30? No, he's like 28. But his hair is still going strong, so, you know, we're cheering. And then there's boy number 6. He's 18 now? 18, 19? Yeah. So his hair is okay. But who knows? So my takeaway from it is, number 1, you know, your hair does not determine your value in my eyes. And number 2, I also recognize, like, a lot of people poo-poo men feeling self-conscious about it, and the reality is men can feel very self-conscious about it. So I feel for any people who struggle. Yeah, Xenosis Vex, that's the way to go. You just want to do what Xenos does, honestly. Have you seen Xenosis Vex? No. Xenosis Vex. He's a Final Fantasy XIV streamer. And he, like, he does he's a top parser. Let's just say he play so good big boom boom DPS. So that's him right there. He's like a dwarf in real life. He's like a real life dwarf.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
That beard is magnificent.
That is a magnificent beard. And he keeps it very well, actually.
Yeah, I was gonna say he looks like he keeps it.
He's like the Dwalin of Final Fantasy XIV. He actually has the temper of Dwalin, probably. So that's what Asmongold should aim for. I agree. I agree with Minh. But Asmongold is not going to do it. He's gonna cling to his long hair. And don't get me wrong, I love his man bun, but like holy moly, he shouldn't feel ashamed. Yeah, Deck. Yeah, Yalla. Yeah. He's you know, he's had a different kind of life, and that definitely informs his view. But I do appreciate how he does try to fight some of his biases. It's just that he gets tripped up every now and then. And when he starts farming L's, it's really funny. I think I'm just used to not agreeing with everyone, right? Like I never agree with everyone 100%. So I'm okay if people say things I don't agree with. So I just roll with it usually, especially if they make me laugh. Yeah, Wooly. Just lean into the beard and stash, you know. As long as you don't look like, you know, a 70s serial killer, you're good.
Wow. 0 to 100.
And there are people who can grow great facial hair, but hate facial hair. Wouldn't it be nice if we could trade? Yeah. Yeah. Some people just don't like having hair on their face. Oh. Oh, yeah. And then you start losing it? Yeah. Yeah, and that's where I'm saying is like I don't like how some people just don't talk about how men can really struggle with losing their hair. That's why I don't make fun of Asmon, because I know that my one brother, my first brother, who lost all of his hair, and like he has no eyebrows either. I just need to add that.
Throwing him under the bus right now.
I love him very much, though. He is very close to me.
I guess that's better.
He's maybe like growing up, he was the only brother who would like listen to me and stuff. So I love him deeply. But I remember how much he would take care of his hair, and he had all the shampoo bottles and things. Like he had more hair care products than I did. And then he just lost it all. It was really sad because I knew that he would have appreciated it and taken care of it. Yeah. And that's where I think we should normalize men wearing wigs if they want to. Like if a man wants to put a wig on, he should be able to put a wig on. You know what I mean? And I think also maybe Party would agree with me. But over the past few years, I struggled with stress. And then COVID hit. And I started losing a lot of hair. Like a lot. And for the first time, I kind of understood how a guy feels. In terms of like the stress of losing your hair makes more stress, if that makes sense. And so then I just lost so much hair when I swept it up. It like filled half a grocery bag. And it was partially stress, partially COVID affected my body that I lost a lot of hair. That's all. And of course, when you get older as a woman, you naturally start losing hair. So then I started worrying that I was going to go bald. And then Party like talked me off of a cliff. She was like, no, your hair's super thick. I can barely braid it. It's like crazy. And so, but yeah, so like I feel like because of that experience, for me, I can cognitively empathize. And on some level, I might even be able to emotionally empathize with losing hair. Yeah, Party had to talk me off a cliff because I was like, I'm balding. And she was like, no, you're fine. Men won't normalize men wearing wigs, it seems. Yeah, that's a shame. Oh, Ben, wearing a beanie is sometimes the way to go. I'm going to be frank. When Asmon wears a beanie, I think he looks really cute. Same with Akalon. He grew up in rural South Africa, and that experience shaped his view on the world and opinions so far. I don't have to share him, but I can't accept him. Yeah, and you know what? I would even argue that if you're constantly moving around like someone like myself, I think that also shapes your worldview, right? Like you can't help but have your perspective being shaped. The key is to push yourself to read more and listen more and ask more questions. And then I think you can overcome that limitation to some degree. Okay there, Party. Your hair. Okay, so Party also had a hair problem. And she's genuinely lost quite a bit of hair. So her hair was already very thin and
I would say
fine. Not thin as in you couldn't see her scalp, but it was very fine. Yeah. And then stress and COVID caused her to lose her hair. And so then, when I was talking with her about me losing my hair, she was like, girl.
Hey, shut up.
Yeah. Aw, Ben. I thought about it. I actually should probably, like, before my hair becomes old and useless, I should donate hair.
What was that streamer name that like sent people her bathwater?
Oh, Belle Delphine.
Yeah, so you should do that, but with your
I send out hair in little tiny things
your comments
to all of the balding men in my comment section. I just hand out like handfuls of hair.
You just make little wigs for everyone.
Like Galadriel. I do like the hand sign, may this be a light to you when all other lights go out. My hair is super thick. So I have since come off of the edge. Every now and then I'll have this fear like, OMG, I'm losing my hair. And then I'll just go get it cut or get bangs done. And then I'll be like, oh. Yeah, I'll send one hair and people will be like, it doesn't look cool. Yeah. Send out, yeah, Belle Delphine hair. I think my hair is probably my best feature, though. Let's all be real.
You have good legs.
Yeah. Maybe. But, I'm very tall, I guess. So I got longer legs. I don't know. They're not super defined, though. But anyway, handing out hair. Any long enough stream will talk about Delphine. Beanies are a sweat rig. Yeah. True. But I guess we just have a lot of guys in the chat who have not as much hair. Which is fine. Because, like I said, we have a ton of brothers who are all follically challenged. Not to mention our own mod, who is also follically challenged.
Wait, you see me?
Yeah.
Oh, I was like, yeah, totally.
Party agreed with me and then regretted.
I'm not as young as I used to be.
Okay.
Let's just say that.
Uh-huh.
And you have to prioritize other things. Like
She has a mullet now, everyone. Okay.
well, it's a starter mullet.
It's a starter mullet. She wants to go for a real mullet. Follically challenged. You know it. I know it. Everyone knows it. This is when the filter comes off. This is when I get so... This is when I get so tired that I start going into my...
Share all of our secrets.
I'm going to just start talking about people's private stuff. And everyone will be like, and this is when the stream went off the rails.
You get back on scrambling.
That's when you like cock your gun and you're just like...
I trank you.
Time for the trank. A rat's tail. OMG. Oh, I remember when those were really popular.
Ew.
Okay, Epic is not one. He doesn't need Galadriel's hair. He's fine on his own.
Could you imagine?
You would look like a lesbian. Well, I mean, Ben, that was in the 90s, wasn't it? Minh is nursing an unhealthy parasocial relationship with my streamer. Oh, good music. What have you missed? Let's see. We broke down a video. We talked about moments in Final Fantasy XIV. We ate ice cream thanks to you. Yeah. We were blaming you, good music, for us eating ice cream. Yes. What else? And then we start talking about Asmongold, and that led to balding, and then that led to Xenos Vex. Ben went through a whole lot, it seems, before he emerged. Naturally, balding commenced. Okay, so you said Ben's seen some shit. Do you know what that means? It's time. I've seen things you wouldn't believe.
Attack ships on fire. On the shoulder of Orion.
On the shoulder of Orion.
I've seen sea beams
glittering in the stars, in the dark.
Outside
Tannhauser Gate. All these moments lost in time, like tears in the rain. Molding. I am indeed familiar with molding. Molding is what I do. That's why I have my unimpressed avatar. It's when you're so mad you start balding.
What?
Molding is when you're so mad you start balding.
Oh, is that what I'm doing?
Yeah, that's what you're doing, Party. Party is perpetually molding. The mold queen. She's the mold queen. Ben is showing his age. Yeah, good music. You know, I did not choose the ice cream. You chose the ice cream. Then Party chose the ice cream. And then I was pulled into the ice cream. So.
Well, I offered you it.
I could not say no. I looked upon the ice cream when it was dark and chocolatey. Oh, look at that. We have a reverse thing. We have a stream viewer offering hair to streamers.
Let's see. Oh. He's offering us his hair?
Yeah, he's offering you his hair.
Oh.
What? Yeah. Is anyone molding in chat? Is anyone here in chat being like, this is a crazy chat? What is this even about?
I feel like we should probably apologize. I'm so sorry.
I have made a huge mistake. Oh, I don't think I've ever tried something like that before. Good music, so I don't know. I think we've all made a huge mistake. Okay. Well, it's midnight. Past midnight. Such silence.
We're all dead now.
So, thanks to chat, we now have a bunch of videos. I'm going to go in and I'm going to put them all into content requests. So I'll take this and I'll put it into content request. Oh, look at this. Ben is already like just doing this. Okay, so Shay has recommended that we watch some WoW. So next week we'll watch WoW. Next week we'll watch some Final Fantasy XIV. You can take a little look at Grigory's speech. Out of context. Nothing like some out of context reactions. That's me pretending to be surprised about something I don't fully understand, but we'll get there. Yeah, I really liked this because I think it got me thinking about Ivalice, so I might shell out for 12 if it's all about Ivalice. This from Woolly Ram was, I don't know how to say this, but I felt like I went down Alice in Wonderland's hole, and I'm surprised we emerged relatively unscathed. Although not relatively unscathed now that I think about it, because now I have to go onto Fiverr and look at YouTube animator artists. So, yeah. Oh, are a lot of you all overseas, I'm guessing, because we got a New Zealand person. That's okay, Ben. Watch Onigiri in your free time. Okay, I will. Yes, good music. Thank you for coming, and thank you for chatting. I love everyone, lurkers and non-lurkers alike, and I especially appreciated being able to chat with everyone. Next week, I will be home. I put my foot down. I'm going to remain home, and I will plan to sit and watch a certain section of these cutscenes, and then we'll do some we'll do some other reviews, like we'll maybe take a little look at the 1.0, 1.25b storyline. Because I think that would be fun. I think that would be really fun. And then one thing that we can also think about is looking in. Yeah, let's look at this cat. Maybe we can take a look at the WoW cinematics, the Final Fantasy XIV cinematic, and perhaps I'll talk with my mod, and we'll see about like maybe doing like a culture video reaction or something. But I'm glad, and I'm hoping everyone had a chill time, just being silly together, I suppose. But it was very good, and I hopefully will get back into posting up videos more regularly as I get home. And should I be announcing anything else? Is there anything else I might be missing? I think
get the new animated Badonkadonk.
Yeah, the new animated Badonkadonk Chieko. And then maybe one night when I'm just free and there's nothing, you might see a live stream go up, and I'll be like in 14. And if anyone wants to like find me and friend me, we can also do that for those who have alts in the game. Oh no, Minh, your mod bullied me. I am heartbroken. Oh dear. Maybe Party's Femro can dote it away. They will find it. I am looking forward to actually. I'm looking forward to go home because I want to play some more Elden Ring. I want to play some more WoW. I want to play some more Guild Wars 2. I want to work more on the video game that I'm working on. I want to do so many different things, so I can't wait to get back home. There you go. There, Minh, it's a miracle. It's a pre-Christmas miracle.
Hello, I looked up the food in here.
Oh dear. We should send that to Asmon's chat. We should
Gets blocked.
Gets blocked. Asmon's actually really good at laughing at himself.
That's good.
Did you see his shower stream where he showered for charity?
No.
Yeah, so like he still had his like shorts and stuff on.
Oh, okay. I was like, oh.
But it was pretty. It was it was very fascinating. But he still has nice hands and legs. But yeah. Anyway, all right. So let's end it here, everyone. Thank you for listening in to Chieko and Party just being crazy. Yeah, I'm going to end it here since I'm just going to keep rambling and I'm terrible with hanging up. So, yeah, thank you for coming, and I'll see you all next week around this time, and I'll be on my amazing computer and things will be hopefully much even better than today. If you can't laugh at yourself, that's sad. Yeah, if you can't laugh, yeah, exactly. Okay, so I'll say adios, amigos, matane, and till next time. End.